Hey,
Hi, David. How are you?
yourself?
Good. Let me see if I can get this a little bigger here. Yeah, just it's all going to be good.
Okay. I have
Thank
no
you
doubt.
so much for doing this.
I have no doubt that it's all going to be good. Always here to support you and support everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to support each other. Okay, I get my speaker on. Should be better.
Actually, hold on. Let me filter that through. I bet you my voice will sound better.
Not on my clock anymore. It's not right. Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me fine?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, no, I just switched to my microphone instead of the computer. That's why I just wanted to
Oh,
make.
okay. No, it's still coming in nice and clear.
Okay, excellent.
And it is almost 3 o'clock where you are, right?
It is 2:57. That's why I'm always a couple of minutes early.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that I've got my time right.
Yep.
The last time I did an event, I was an hour earlier
Okay. Yeah.
than what it was planned because I didn't have my time zone set up right.
Okay, but yeah, it is 3 o'clock, 2:58 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Can you hear that?
No, I just hear you. I don't hear if there's any other background.
Hi, Ellis.
I
Hi, David.
Hey. Now I hear it.
okay. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, have to figure out how to stop it now. All right, thank you all so much for being here. And I know we have a few more that are coming in, and I hope the time zone hasn't deterred people. So we're going to start off just a little bit introducing ourselves. We have David Kametsky, who's here, who's going to speak. Krista Fee's here. She's going to speak. Riza Divah is going to speak. And Christina Roman is amazing. She's in our audience today. And I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much. We were both in Ladies of Leadership with Nikki Cuesta on Bomb Global. And I've gotten to know her, and she's just wonderful, wonderful. Were you able to get the printouts, Christina?
I was not able to print them out, but I did get the I did receive them, but I didn't print them out.
Okay. As long as you were able to get them, that's good. So we'll go ahead and start. I'll just do a little introduction and then we'll go with our first speaker. So impact through leadership, and I'll try and let people in. And I thank you all for your patience. I'm nervous. I wasn't before, and all of a sudden I'm nervous. So just shake that out. Influence over authority. Leadership isn't about a title. It's about the ability to inspire and influence. And I see how each one of you are able to do that. And I thank you so much for coming today and speaking today and being in the audience. So I want to tell you a little story about Fred Rogers and the U.S. Senate. Mr. Rogers wasn't a politician, a CEO, or a general, yet his ability to influence changed laws. In 1969, the U.S. Senate considered cutting public television funding. Rogers gave a heartfelt testimony, not with power, but with sincerity and conviction. His words moved the chairman so deeply that they secured $20 million in funding. So we see that leadership isn't about titles, it's about the ability to move hearts and minds. Your impact is measured by how people grow because of your presence. And we're going to learn that from Riza Divah, our first speaker. Now, Riza is a self-published author of Tempered Through Trials. She's the founder and managing owner of Winning Tandem, LLC. She's also worked in various school settings for several years and has a good record of inspiring her students to aspire and reach their academic goals. Riza's reliable, flexible, a good team player, and a natural motivator for others. She's married and blessed with 2 beautiful children. She loves the Lord and is a witness of God's faithfulness. But that's not all that Riza does. Riza is one of the contributing authors to the best-selling books such as The Giving Book, Volume 4, The Abundant Life with Nick and Megan Unsworth and James Malinchak, and The Art of Connection, a 365 daily devotional on abundance by Robert Jones. She's the founder and CEO of Wind in Tandem, as I said, but she's a change maker who's worked in various school settings for several years. So Riza, we're going to go ahead and take yourself off mute. I'll put you in the forefront here and I'll let you talk. Oh, we have Christina there.
All right. Thank you, Miss Kirkpatrick. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Riza Divah. Please bear with me. I'm also nervous, Miss Kirkpatrick, but you are an amazing leader, and I'd like to start by saying thank you. I have some hiccups this morning, and I thought, wow, why is it that whenever there's something important, there's always something? And I wonder, is it just me? Or does any of you identify with what I just experienced? But thank God for amazing leaders who step up when there's a need and serve. And I'm honored to be here with other amazing leaders. I have high respect for all of you. I just see you on Facebook, but I'm just amazed. I'm amazed. You all are amazing, and it's an honor to be here with you and Miss Kirkpatrick. Thank you so, so, so much. I wouldn't be able to turn on my camera if you did not make that last minute call, though I know you're so busy as well. Well, what I'm about to share are my thoughts on leadership and its impacts. I'd like to put out a disclaimer. Everything that I'm going to share is based on my personal experiences and lessons learned along the way, some of which might be a reminder to most of you. And that's okay. My hope is to inspire and cheer you in being the best authentic leader that you are or can be. I'll start with a story, then I'll move on sharing, just a warning again, my screen. I'm going to share my screen on my thoughts on what it is to lead, how to lead, and what is leadership. When I saw the invitation for speakers in this summit, I happened to just finish reading Miss Kirkpatrick's message to her younger self. And that made me to wonder, like, I identified with it. I thought, ooh, that was me. I saw myself in it. I always see myself as a good follower, but not a leader until, and here's the story. Just bear with me, but we'll get to the point. So until when I was in high school and I was a transferee. By the way, my background, I was born and raised in the Philippines. I'm American citizen now and having lived in the United States for 2 decades. This is my first time to actually speak again after a long time. So, yay. So, when I'm going back to my high school experience, I was myself, shy. I like to be quiet in the corner. I'm a very keen observer because I was introverted. So it takes a lot of courage to step up there and show my face and talk. Uh, but that was okay. And I really had fun. However, having moved to that school, days, weeks, and months passed. And I was like, huh, there's something odd. Something doesn't seem to sit well with me. There's just something. So I did my research and I noticed that amongst 39, I was sophomore when I transferred, amongst 39 classes, there's a special treatment given to only 4 classes. And I'm like, huh, they got everything modern, they got everything special, all the best teachers are there, they're the leaders in all the student body, clubs, events. And I'm like, while all the 35 where they happen to put me were just left, like as if you're just a number there, you're no good, you're just, you know, you're just adding to the number here and we don't care about you. There's that silent treatment like that. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. And so I researched deeper, I investigated, and I was like, is it really the rule of the school that only 4 classes can lead, can participate, and can be a part of almost everything major in the school? I found out there's no such rules. So I'm like, this is not good because this is depressing and it's sad. So even if I was an introverted, I was taught early on about justice, mercy, and truth. And those values supersedes my shyness when there's a need. At that time, I didn't see myself as a leader yet. I really don't think I have an idea of what it is a leader, but what happens next laid the foundation on the lessons I learned on leadership. Because what happens next after finding out that there's no such rule against participating and being an active part of a thriving school, I got an idea. I started whenever there's a competition in the school, I started talking to my fellow students, my classmates, my peers, and I'm like, hey, there's going to be an art competition. I know you're so good at this. Why don't you join? And then I would move on to one class because I'm in section one on the not high school, science high school. I would go on from my section up to the 35th section and I would say, hey, there's this. Why don't you join? Let's sign up. Come on, join me. And they're like, at first, their reaction was like, what are you talking about? Because they never heard it. They never felt like they're valued. They never see themselves as worthy. So I'm like, no, no, you matter. You have something to offer. Go step up. They're like, really? So I have to muster that courage to step up because they're looking and they're like, nobody's participating amongst us. Why should we? I'm like, well, I am participating. I sign up, I participate. Doesn't matter whether I'm good at it or not. I just sign up, I put myself out there and say, it's safe. Let's go. Come on, let's join. Sometimes I even have to nominate myself for the student body, because they're not used to it. And there's a lot of them. 35 times 30, that's a number versus 4 times 30. I'm like, wow. But the good thing was, as I do that, I don't know, it just comes naturally to me. I don't like seeing people who are looked down, who are not included, because I know how that feels. It's fine with me, but you can't just be like that for a long, it just doesn't feel good. So eventually the administrators noticed that slowly but surely, those they are just considering as merely a number is starting to participate. So they're like, "Huh, there must be a leader in you. Who could that be?" And well, that's me. So they approach me and say, hey, what class are you in? Where do you belong? I'm like, here, the not favorite one, the labeled no good one. So like, that must be a mistake. Where were you when we screened? I'm like, unfortunately, I was not able to make it. When they're testing, I was not yet there. I transferred after the screening test, so I didn't make it to the cut. And because they don't know me, they thought that's just a number again. She's no good. And when they found out, well, she's leading the 35 other classes, and those other 35 classes, there's muses, there's artists, there's athletes, they're the best of the best. And they're like, no, 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 you should actually be on the other side. But I was like, they did not recognize my value to begin with. So, no, because now I see myself as championing the other classes. And I like that feeling to see them see their value, see their worth, and see them step up. That's a reward in myself. And it went that way that the atmosphere changed in the school. The depressing, sad state is no longer the same. We're all happy, we're all participating. I see confidence oozing in all 39 classes, not just the 4. So I'm like, yes, yes. And then I'm back to my quiet, shy, just quiet, relax kid. And I was like, good job, keep on, keep on. 25 years later, I found out that the school had expanded. There's separate science high school and there's different specialties. Nowadays, students have options depending on their choosing paths and strength. Everybody has equal rights and opportunities. And when I heard about that, I was like, wow, that is amazing. To those who knew our humble beginnings, they look up to me as their leader. Every time I go home, they're like, hey, Riza's here. Let's join together. And I'm like, what's special? You're here. I'm here. You're here. What's with that? You are our leader. You are our leader. I'm like, our leader? The funny part was they see me as their leader. But as for me, I saw a leader in each and every one of them. I saw their potential, I saw their value, and until now, I always see a leader in every person I meet. I'm sorry, I'm feeling emotional. She's brought me back to that. And I want no potential to be wasted because I firmly believe that we're all built in, or we're all created with built in assignments, with built in missions, with built in purposes, just waiting to be fulfilled. So I don't want that to be wasted, but I understand that first, to be a leader, to be a good leader, we lead ourselves. It starts with us. We lead the choices that we make. Our mindsets has to be aligned to the right spot, and we lead our actions. There's always, you can choose to do the other way, you can choose to go the other way. Earlier, because it's been working, my Zoom is working, everything is working. I've been working on being prepared, and when I woke up, turned on my computer, what happened? And right there, I have a choice. Do I back out and just leave you all hanging in the air and turn down Miss Kirkpatrick, or I just show up and do what I gotta do? It doesn't matter even if I will sound like a radio if my video did not come up. But anyway, here I am. And moving on, most of my colleagues then, my fellow students then, are now CEOs, entrepreneurs, leaders, and some of them are even millionaires. Most of them are confident, happy, established individuals, and that really makes me glad and grateful. And I'm just happy that I stepped up, even though I do not understand that that's a form of leadership. It may not be that much, but to me, it matters. And I believe there's a crowd, there's somebody out there who may be just like myself then, who needs to be encouraged, who needs to be called and invited. Come here, step up to the plate. There's a room for you because there's something that only you can do. One of my colleagues asked me recently, "Hey, Riza, I know you're introverted. You're so quiet. But why all of a sudden you're willing? You're willing to put yourself up there. Why is that?" I told her, I thank you for your question. I really like that. Because after I almost didn't make it after a car accident just before last Christmas, I'm like, time is fleeting. I'm not guaranteed tomorrow or the future. All I have is now, and that's all I have. So if I don't step up now, who else will? Somebody else can step up, but what they offer is different than what I can offer. What you can offer is different from what I can offer, and what each of us can offer is unique to us. So here we go. Allow me to share. Oh no, Mr. Kirkpatrick, how do I share?
It's
Oh,
the
there.
little green square in the bottom.
Allow me to share my thoughts on what it is to lead. I'll try to be quick. Hopefully this is. Can you see that now?
Yep, we can see it now.
Thank you, Miss Christina. So you can see that. So my thoughts on what it is to lead is to let go. Let go of everything that limits you from being your best self. And it's a constant letting go of fears, doubts, inhibitions, negativity, anything that's in the way. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Next, for letter E, is to engage. To lead is to engage with others in the world around you. A, to lead is to authentically align. There's that element of needing to be authentic. Be authentic and align to your purpose, to your calling, to your mission, to your vision, and to your values. You don't have to be somebody else. You just have to be authentically aligned. D, To lead is to diligently do. There's a doing and there's a doing it diligently, whatever you can, as best you can. And how it is to be a leader. It's simple. A leader leads. A leader encourages. A leader accepts. A leader is determined. A leader empowers. A leader is responsible. Responsible for taking responsibility, responsible for affecting others, to be responsible for what? For leadership. And I use another yet acronym for leadership. To be a good leader and to take on good leadership, lead and live your best. Embrace yourself, your experiences, your gifts, even your imperfections, your skills, and so on and so forth. Accept uniqueness and differences, both yours and the others. Then delegate, develop, and be determined. You know, it's not easy to lead alone. We need each other. We need each other. Then encourage diversity. In a very diverse world, we need this. Respond well to whatever life throws at you and be respectful, irregardless. Easily said than done, I know, but still, there's ways to work around this. Step up to the plate whenever you see a need where you can serve. Go ahead. As a leader, it's a must for us to step up with humbleness of heart. Intentionally inspire others. I chose the word intentionally because that is needed. Intentionality is really important as a leader and to lead. Lastly, for letter P, participate in spreading positivity, which I believe most of you are doing already. And thank you. And another P is don't hesitate to pass on the baton and the beautiful legacy to the next generation of leaders. When you're in a leadership, it's easy to keep it to yourself when you're at the heights, of whatever you have reached. But passing the baton to the next generation is also important so they can be good leaders. Lastly, why? To answer the why, when you lead, you conquer yourself, you overcome, you win. And as you do, your leadership impacts those around you. That is why you should lead. Here are some impacts of leadership that I know. When you lead, when you step up to the plate of leadership, it fills a need. It answers a call. It fulfills purpose. It makes a difference. It transforms lives. It adds value to others. It builds a legacy. I like how the former president, John Quincy Adams, state that if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. I think I said what I wanted to share, and to my fellow leaders, I commend you. I'm proud of all of you. I respect you. Lead well. Keep on showing up. Keep on adding value to others. Keep on being authentically the best leader that you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Riza, very much. I really appreciate that. That was wonderful. What great insight. So we have not quite everybody here, but almost everybody here. And I know we had quite a few sign up with Eventbrite, so it could be the timing is off. I don't know. But I thank you all for being here. That was really insightful. If everybody wants to come off of their mute, unmute yourself, excuse me. Still getting over that little bit of cough, and maybe talk about one thing that Riza said that really impacted you. David, do you want to go first?
Sure. I thought it was really insightful how she helped through the schooling and learning, seeing what's there. And, I'll talk in a few minutes about it, but, a leader is somebody who just steps up, not doesn't necessarily need to be told, but she did that and looked for to help other people.
Yeah, that was really great. I think I would have been too afraid when I was young. Christina, do you have a comment?
Yeah, what I took away from that, I think the intentionally inspiring others was very impactful. There's other things that I wrote down here that were pretty great, but I think the intentionally part of inspiring others means that resonated with me, because that's what I try to do too. So I can totally see that as being a key aspect in being a leader.
Yeah, that was really great. So thank you, Riza, very much for being here. And she was talking about the hiccups. She was having so much problem with her Zoom and her computer and her phone, and she called, and it's like, okay, let's just see what we can do. And her IT person actually had to go to work, so she was like, help. But we got it covered, and it went great. Riza, thank you so much for giving your talk today and being here. So we've got a little bit of time. Christina, I'm going to ask you, what was something you were looking forward to today, coming here to this summit? If you don't mind me putting you on the spot.
That's okay. To be honest, I didn't know what to expect, but what I was looking forward to was being around like-minded people and learning from you all. So when I heard this morning about it, and sorry for not paying attention in the chats, it probably has been advertised, before, but this morning I had the opportunity to be able to make it to the time slot for this time frame. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to show up. One, to show up for you, LS. And then two is just to be able to be around others who are like-minded and who have something to teach.
Yeah, thank you. And I know there's a few people who are doing things about leadership right now. I really had no idea. It's kind of like we all had the same idea. And so I'm really glad to hear that, because like Riza, I had no idea that I was a leader until one day my family said to me, well, you're the leader. You need to tell us what to do. And I was like, me? When did that happen? I didn't know that. And I have another story. I did a podcast with Clifford Starks, and I'm not sure if any of you know who that is, but he was telling me that when he was 4 years old, he was a leader, only he didn't realize it. It wasn't until 30 years later when his dad said to him, I want to have a serious conversation with you. I want you to know that you are a leader. You have always been a leader. And I want you to take that and do something positive and good with it. And they got to talking. That's how I found out he was 4 years old when he was first a leader. But it's amazing how many times that we do something, and sometimes we're just doing it and we don't realize that we've actually put ourselves in a leadership role. It's just something that we wanted to do. We wanted to inspire others. We wanted to make a change. I see each one of you here who has done that. Krista, you go into such a dangerous world to make a change for people who do not have a voice for themselves. It's just something I would be too angry and get into trouble too many times to do what you do. And each one of you here have something. Um, this is I can't imagine going to another country without already knowing the language, studying it. I mean, one time I went to Taiwan with my husband, but I could be a tourist. I didn't have to be involved until I went to talk to the people. And then it was like, how do I communicate with them? What do I say to them so they can understand? And finally, I went on my laptop, and it was before AI was there and a lot of advances was in use as much as it is. And I went on Google Doc or on Google Translate, and I put in what I wanted to say, had it translated to their language. Then I took that down to the concierge of the hotel and I said, is this correct? And I explained to him, grocery stores and supermarkets are not words that they normally use. So I had to explain what I was talking about. And then I took that and went to, they have a daily market where, they buy their food every day. It's not like they store them in refrigerators and stuff like we have. And then to go there and actually finally, after it was like 8 days of not being able to communicate that way with them, I was able to show it to somebody. They read it, and then they go, "Oh, that's why this crazy white woman was here all the time." And and it was just kind of funny to be able to see the transition. Now we were able to communicate a little bit. They found somebody who spoke English so that she could translate for us. And then they started taking me into their stores, which the store is just the front of their home. And we talked and we learned and they shared stories. And it was just amazing to be able to do something like that. Um, but to move my whole life like you have, Riza, and your whole family. I can't imagine what that's like, but I'm so glad that you're here. I see the difference you're making already. Do you know the Giving Book, Volume 4? We had 57 contributors for it. Riza brought in over half of those herself. She says, this is a great project. I know people who want to write who have never written a book in their life. And she went to work on it. And she did this of her own. I didn't ask her. She came and asked me if it would be okay. So if you need someone to really be a go-getter for you, here you go. Ariza's there. So thank you for that. I looked up a few things about leadership. And then I took it to Chat GPT and said, organize this for me. So it comes in clearly. One of the things that it came up with was vision and purpose. So it's like a GPS of leadership. Because a leader without vision is like a ship without a compass. On a dark night, no stars, no way to navigate. You see, Walt Disney's dream of Disneyland back in the 50s was a vision of a place where families could enjoy magic together. Banks refused to fund it. He risked everything, including mortgaging his own home, to bring Disneyland to life. Today, that vision has shaped generations and redefined entertainment and spawned Disney World. So, the takeaway from this is that leaders see beyond the present and build a future worth believing in. An impactful leader sees beyond the present and inspires others to follow. And David Kametsky is one of those leaders. David is a deep massage expert, but he is a speaker, an author, a podcast host, and a producer. He is a truth pathfinder, which, by the way, is the name of his. Now, is it a graphic novel or a comic book? What's the correct term, David?
It's a comic book,
Okay.
and I'm a deep message. Though I do give massages as
Oh,
well, but not licensed.
sorry. I think, okay, it's time to get my glasses changed. All right, he is a deep message expert. Got a new hobby for you.
I don't want. I don't want anybody. He's
So he is a true pathfinder, which is the name of his comic book, with a mission to uplift lives in every way, by empowering individuals and groups day by day, not just whenever it hits his fancy. So, through his content and teaching, he brings insights and a unique guiding principle so others can grow and overcome obstacles. Let's welcome David Kametsky,
Hey,
who does
listen.
not give deep massages.
Yep, I do. I just want to set expectations like everything else with all these amazing speakers. So I just want to make sure I'll do my best on the speaking, and when we see each other live, um, the expectations is I'm a deep message expert, so that way nobody has to be feel uncomfortable for anything else. Yeah, well, we're talking about leadership today. LS had just talked to us about Walt Disney. How about Steve Jobs? Anybody here know Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? Colonel Sanders. Would we all agree that those are leaders? Would we agree that, well, actually, everybody here, just raise your hand if you think you're a leader. Okay, and you don't have to. Come on, Krista. No, you don't have to. I'm not going to pick on anybody. But if you, once you raise your hand to say that you're a leader, you are a leader. Now, what are you leading? That becomes a different set of circumstances, or how we're going to lead. And one of the other things that I'll talk about, all of those people, those are the big leaders, right? We can go to so many other stories. But I'd like to tell you a little story. All of those people at one point were told no, but not just no, know that it's not going to happen. Walt Disney, he didn't start his journey till midlife. In his 60s, Colonel Sanders had just started Kentucky Fried Chicken, which, depending on your eating capabilities, we'd say that they're at least successful, right? Same thing with Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was thrown out of Apple, right? We all think about him as the Apple CEO, but the first few things didn't work. He went to other companies, and some of them worked, but less successfully. But he knew to keep pushing. And that's what I want you to start taking. How many people know the story about the Phoenix? And I'm just going to go really quickly. Raise your hand. Come on. Yeah, just roughly. So the Phoenix, most people say that the Phoenix dies. It does not. I've done a lot of research on the Phoenix. It actually turns itself to ashes. And that's why people think that that it dies, right? If it turns to ashes. But this is a really important question that as a leader or as a human, I'd like you to think about it a little bit deeper. Do you believe you have a spark? That special spark in life has nothing to do with leadership. Think about that for a second. And if you feel that, I'm sure that we've all experienced those moments in the ashes, and then you had to get up. That's leadership. No matter what, you chose to at least start leadership by ourselves. And that's where leadership starts, by you raising your hand, automatically saying that you're a leader. That doesn't mean you're a leader yet, but you have to start off that way, saying, I'm going to be a leader. I showed up, and now the magic happened. Because one of the things that I'll talk to you about, a quote from Mario Puzo, the guy who wrote the Godfather series, the trilogy. What he wrote was, men, and I will just use that term loosely, so I know there's a lot of women here, uh, but men are born great. Men aren't born great, they grow great. So think about that for a second. We are not born to be a leader. In fact, we're born to actually not be a leader, right? With our parents, we want for the protection, the safety. What does a leader do? Stepping in front of the group, or at least making their opinions known. Those are powerful things. And especially when you most likely know, how many people are authors of a solo book that you pushed out there for yourself? Okay. Congratulations to everybody who's raised their hand. And if you haven't, there's still the opportunity. Because once you're in a book, You get to take that stand on a position much more than just a chapter. It's saying, I am, right? Going back to the Bible, what was the most important words with Moses going up to the burning bush was, I am. And then it's one of the things that we take as ourselves. What are you as a person? What type of leader? You just said before, I saw everybody's hand rose. I am a leader. That's powerful than just saying, hey, I lead. Think about that. You define yourself. As you've risen out of your ashes, much like Steve Jobs, again, got thrown out of Apple. I think it was at least 2 times. Walt Disney was told regularly that none of these ideas were going to work. How many authors have submitted works to publishing houses and didn't get it? Right? J.K. Rowling. Have anybody heard the Harry Potter trilogies? Yeah, I think that's a pretty successful example as well. How many times was she determined to get her story out? Getting our story out is one of the most important things we need to do as a leader. As a leader, getting our story out, getting ourselves out of those ashes. We could stay in those ashes, but getting it up and creating a new story. That's what it is. That's what the rebirth of that phoenix bird is taking that story that we had and moving it to that next level. I've done it a few times, not only in my own life, my personal life, but in books. Every time you write a new idea, I don't know about anybody. You can put it on quotes, in the chat. What I'd love to sing. How many people are just say I am if you are a creative person who has more than one idea? I'll give you a few seconds. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you are. And really, having those ideas, you need to organize it. So, another quote that I love about the role of a leader is not to come up with all the ideas. A great leader creates the environment where great ideas can happen. Think about that for a second. So, again, the right environment, those ashes. And I asked you all, do you have a spark? Do you feel like you have a spark? Because that's the magic of a phoenix, is that it's a spark from God. That's what reignites that phoenix. It doesn't just sit there in the ashes. And I, again, will challenge everybody on this call or who's going to see this in the future. You have that spark. It might not feel like that while you're in those ashes. But when you do that, you start leading from within, starting Ho'oponopono is a great thing, which is a Hawaiian prayer that says, heal thyself. It heals ourselves and changes the universe. As a leader, we have to start that self love with us. We can't be talking about love, preaching love, growing from love if we don't love ourselves, getting out of those ashes. And that's what the phoenix does, gets out of those ashes to then find itself, starts to create itself again. I'd like you to think about yourself, your own leadership journey, since everybody did raise their hands. And how did you find yourself? How did you put yourself together to even think that you want to be a leader? Those are some things that you might have had to go through. I'm sure, and I'm not going to ask anybody. Um, and Krista, I see you have a million ideas. Three. Three is the idea. Anything more than three, we get distracted, we get lost. So if at the end of the day, you start the day with three, you can always have three for the next day. And you can have your million ideas, but only reward yourself on having those three and even maybe only accomplishing one. And then there's days you can accomplish none. Because as a leader, we also know that self care is so important. If we don't take care of ourselves, we're not good. We need to take care of ourselves and have those ideas. Keep running those lists. Look, I have a whole, I'm going to pull out my book. Here's a book. Well, I can't really see it because of that, but here's a book of all of my ideas just for one set of books that I'm writing. I have like 3 or 4 different books depending on my ideas. That's why people go, Dave, you write, you know, really prolific. How come? How is that possible? You're using AI? No, not really. I just sit and when I get stuck in one specific area, I pivot it. And I know the books are always there, they're available, and that's how you lead. Is because you're not always as a leader doesn't only react to everything that's in front of them. They also need to plan. As a phoenix, as we're rising out of the ashes, you have to plan in your next step. What is your next steps? To personal and professional. Right? We have to balance. We have so many things. I'm sure you all have families that don't understand the entrepreneurial journey, that don't who just want your attention because of life. Life will always get in the way. And by embracing each part of our journey, then brings us to another level. Because I'm going to tell you, no matter how high we go, there's always going to be another level. I don't mean to say that as a bad thing. To me, it's an exciting thing. By being that phoenix as we're rising, and we'll get to that next level and get to that next level. Work at that next level. Because it doesn't matter how far you've fallen, it's how many times you get up. And, when you're looking at a bird, the phoenix or anything, it's about the confidence in itself, within yourself. And that's how leadership is. When you raise your hand as a leader, it's all about the confidence that you have. You show confidence, man, people are going to follow you. People will follow you because of that confidence. Understanding where you're a leader. And, there are so many, again, LS had mentioned there's so many people who are leaders. Now, there's a lot of people who say that they are leaders. And I kind of push back a little bit and say, what are they leading? And how are they leading? There's a whole bunch of tips and types of leaders. And I'll even challenge people by saying Hitler was a great leader. Now let me tell you, I don't think anything he did was right, but he got a country to follow him. And if you think about that, that's a leader we don't want to be. Not because of the morals, and I'll have lots of conversations about that, but we don't want to have people follow us just because I say so. And that's where, and I know because I know most of you on here pretty well that you are not those type of leaders. You're the type of leader who is a servant leader who's like, how can I lead with my heart? How can I lead in a way that's so much more healthier for everybody? It's not about me. I might be the person who's in charge of the event, but I'm not the leader. I'm going to make everybody better because they're going to show up. And that's what we do as a leader is you show up by sharing the importance of your vision, the alignment of who you are. That's what would make us not a leader like that gentleman I just mentioned. So it's the alignment of knowing who you are. And when you align with yourself, your most authentic self, there's some power there because we all know some great leaders. In our communities, there are some great leaders. And I would challenge you to challenge them because if we're a leader, we want to go further than where we've ever been. We don't want to be just as far as the leader thinks that they see. That's why when we say you got to be in the room where it happens, yeah, but make sure that that room has people who are above you as well as below you. You can see exactly where you're soaring, where you're taking that next lift. We share examples. I mean, it's the idea of flying. Think about how high you go. I don't know. I'm going to assume that everybody here has been on a plane at least once. When we start on the runway, when we start on the path, what happens? You see it, and it looks different than if you were standing on the ground. But then when you start taking off, you get to see so much more. Same thing as leadership. Leadership, the higher you go, the more you'll see. The more that you think about all those ideas as they start falling together, Krista, right? They're all going to come together in a way that's going to bring you to another level. And because of your expertise, you get to then bring other people to above them. Rising tide lifts all boats. And that's the power. As you go higher, 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 you'll see things that you hadn't seen before, right? Until we get to a level, and while it's not like a plane, leadership is there's always going to be something else. So if you're working with a small company, or you're going to scale up your business, those are going to give you new challenges. And that's what leadership is being able to understand those challenges 6 months in advance, not just reactionary. Different types of leaders. You have to know what to do right now. So if something comes at you, but also a leader plan doesn't just plan for now, plan for tomorrow, for 2 days. One of the great leaders in the world was Alexander the Great. It says so in his name. But what really makes him so powerful, what made him the military genius that he was the opportunity that he knew he had to bring his logistics. He had to bring the food supplies if he was going to go take over another country. And by doing that, that's what gave him the power. He could starve out some of the other cities. He can work through the challenges he had militarily before anybody else could do it. And by our preparation, that's what leadership goes. Another great leader. There's hundreds of examples of great leaders, and one of the great. I don't know if anybody plays tennis. So a leader also identifies no matter where they are, they want to go further. Pete Sampras was the number one tennis player in the world for a number of years. And while he was number one, he walked over to his coach and said, "How do I get better?" And his coach said, "Hey, you're number one. You really can't get better than number one, buddy." And he goes, "I can, because everybody's coming after me. Not, I don't get to sit on number one. We don't get to sit where we're at. We get to sit as we keep pushing ourselves. It's beyond one, because beyond one, knowing that and looking at that, that's what a leader is. And I know most of you, that's what it is. It's our vision. It's not only what we see, but what we see in a front. It's not just what's in front of us, it's what we see down the road when you're driving, when you're moving. And that's what the soaring is about. It's knowing. So when I wrote my book, your heart says it's your time to soar. While like we started off earlier, you know, Riza had mentioned it, and so did LS, about saying that they were concerned, they were scared, they had a little anxiety, a little angst, but they pushed through. A leader does that. A leader pushes through because they know that that's what you have to do. Right? There's the courage of, oh my God, this is not going to work, but I also have the confidence in ourselves, and that's what the leadership is. I know I'm like wrapping up close to my time, but I want us to think about that rising out of the ashes, that spark that we all admitted that we have within ourselves, and be that leader. There's so many ways to keep pushing ourselves for that alignment to who we are, the type of leader we are. And that's what leadership is. Again, like Simon Sinek said, the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas, it's to create the environment so everybody around you can make the ideas happen. And you guys, that's something that we're doing today, being put this together. Thank you, LS. I think my time is up, and I want to be respectful of that. But let's create the environment, continue to be in the environment, and thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, David. That was just amazing.
Thank you.
And Krista, when it comes your turn, we're going to tie what David said in with you. And there's a reason that we're talking about that. David, you brought up the point about J.K. Rowling. I don't know how I end up in some of these places, but I was on a webinar with a gentleman who wrote a really famous children's book, and he said he was actually in at his publisher when J.K. Rowling came in, and he saw her and he wondered, I wonder what she's writing about. And he went in and he talked to his publisher and had his agent there, and he got his big fat check, and he came back out, and he really wanted to talk to her. Just something about her was very interesting. So he waited and waited for her to come out, and they talked a little bit, and she had her tiny little check she was so happy to get. And he thought, okay, that's all right. Had he known that she was going to become as big as she was, he would not have been so smug about getting his big fat check. He goes, I got a big fat check, but she got the movie deal, she got all of the paraphernalia, that's what I call it, that goes
Yep.
with it and everything else. And he goes, wow, you just never know. You never know who's going to be the one that's going to really take off. Now, how I met David, I had gone to New York, didn't know him before that. I was at a book launch and he is so gracious to take us to places, show us things. We got to go to the Edge. I think that was the name of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Big tall building, you get to look over everything. I actually saw the Statue of Liberty. I was afraid I wasn't going to get to see it at all. And it looks like this little tiny thing out in the middle of the water with all these huge, massive buildings and stuff around it. But it was really cool. But what intrigued me about David was somebody was having a really emotional hard time because of something that happened in their past. And he let that person have their feelings. He let them talk about it. And he was there just to calm down and talk this person through it. And I thought, I didn't want to stare, but it was just so beautiful watching this in action. And I thought, wow, now that's someone that I would want to follow and I would want to be an example after. And I've gotten to know David since then, and I'm really glad I did. Wonderful, wonderful person to get to know. If you haven't gotten to know David, you need to get to know David. I'm
Well,
really
see,
jealous he got his comic book out before I got mine done, but he helped me with my granddaughter's getting hers out. So does anybody have any questions for David
yeah. Just one
or
thing. So I
comments?
want to remind everybody that J.K. Rowling was homeless, and living in a car.
Yes,
So,
that's right.
as a leader, it doesn't matter where you are; those ashes. And we use our tools. So the other story, they were talking about that guy David. It can't be me, but who you step in. I think about how many examples in your own lives where you might have stepped in and been a leader, not by raising your hand. A leader doesn't always raise their hand. They do just by showing up and doing it, by
Yeah.
putting yourself. So you're like when you asked LS, how did I get to put in this position? You did it by raising your hand and gathering, making that decision, and you should be applauded for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Krista Fee says she'd like to get to know more about you and connect with you. So
Let's
that's
do
really
it, Krista.
great.
We're in circles together. I'd love to. Yeah, be awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I have to. I just can't stand it. This is why I can't keep secrets at Christmas either. I'm just so excited about it. So, Krista, can you come off mute for a little bit and just tell us why would I think of you when I think of a phoenix?
That's my brand. Everything that I do is around the Phoenix story. We say rise up out of the ashes of your experiences and live your life on fire. Um, some of my work is around recovery from 9/11. Again, rise up out of the ashes. Uh, so yeah, it's connected and interwoven into all seven of the divisions of my organization.
And
That's awesome.
I also have a Phoenix background. That was my TEDx talk that I give. There's a Phoenix within each one of us. One of my high end products is the Phoenix Influencer Program. So yeah, it's great, and that's why I learned, you know, Krista, the Phoenix doesn't die. It stays in the ashes. It does turn to ashes, and that's where we make the wrong assumptions. And it's the magic is that it's within all cultures. Most people think it's only an Eastern culture belief, but there's a phoenix or a bird like a phoenix in everything, including two places in the Bible, in in the Old Testament.
Now that I didn't know.
In the story of Adam and Eve, and then also in the story of Noah.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to those and look at them again. I'm doing something I've never done before. I'm actually going to read through the Bible in 1 year. I've never read through the whole thing at one time, ever. And it's like, I need to do that at least once. And a friend of mine said, would you read it with me this year? And I'm like, okay, this will be the year we're doing it. So just got up to Joseph. That's the story. Boy, you talk about a leader. Yeah, I'm going to just use that as an example right now. Joseph knew that he was a leader, but he didn't push his leadership on other people. When he was in prison, he didn't say, hey, I'm this great person and I can do all of this. He just humbly accepted where he was at and continued on with it. When Pharaoh got him up in front of him and says, hey, tell me my dreams. And Joseph said, I can't tell you your dreams, but God will reveal it to me. And then he didn't say, tell me your dream and I'll go away and pray about it for a week and come back and let you know. It was as soon as Pharaoh told him what the dream was, Joseph already had the answer. And because of that, the Pharaoh saw the wisdom in Joseph and he says, I'm going to need somebody to lead this. And it's like, I'm going to pick you, Joseph, because you told me everything that was going to go on. You told me what we should do to get it done. You already seem to have a plan in mind. You seem to know what you're doing. You're going to be the one to do it. And so that's how, the dream that he had with his family, where his brothers and his dad bowed down before him, came true. Really quite amazing. But now we're going to come to the moon of our talk. Crystal. Part of her title is Crystal Moon Healing. Is that correct? Okay, good. So when I thought of courageous leadership going through tough times, I did think of Crystal, because leaders handle challenges and that determines their true impact. You think about Winston Churchill during World War II, darkest days of World War II. He stood before the British people and declared, we shall never surrender. His leadership kept morale high and gave people hope when defeat seemed inevitable. His courage inspired a nation to persevere, ultimately leading to victory. So courageous leaders don't just react to fear, they rise above it and inspire others to do the same. Courage is not the absence of fear, it's leading despite it. Now, Crystal Robinson is a devoted mother, a loving wife, and passionate advocate for health and wellness. And I blew up my screen bigger, so I hope I don't mispronounce any words like I did for David, who we know is not a deep tissue massage therapist. He has a deep message. So, as a national board certified health and wellness coach and a Chopra certified total well-being coach, I have no idea what Chopra is. I'll have to have you explain that. She integrates her expertise as a whole health, holistic nutrition practitioner, intuitive energy healer, psychic, and spiritual medium. With over 30 years in engineering, including 17 as a vice president, she blends analytical skills with compassionate service. Her personal experiences with grief, anxiety, and chronic health challenges have deepened her understanding of the mind body spirit connection, leading her to merge Eastern healing practices with Western medicine. Crystal's mission is to help others uncover their inner strength and take charge of their health, specializing in Reiki, however you say it, quantum healing, meditation, and holistic nutrition. Her coaching is rooted in Vedic philosophy and evidence-based psychology, empowering clients as the experts of their own lives. Through mindfulness, I am trying so hard to say this word right, Ayurveda.
Ayurveda.
Okay, thank you. Neuroscience and positive psychology. She fosters awareness and personal transformation, guiding individuals toward deep healing, self-discovery, and a more fulfilled life. So, Krista, what is Chopra?
Chopra, Deepak Chopra. Most people know of him as a writer and also an
Oh,
amazing doctor and scientist. I am
okay.
certified with his group as a total well-being coach, which really mixes the science with the woo. That's me. I mix the science with the woo. And that's what I'm going to do today. So when LS asked me about this and put this forth, this impact through leadership, I asked, like, where do I see myself in this type of a theme? Because I've talked to people and done workshops on wellness, and I've done, things around engineering, but I've never really done a talk on leadership other than just working with my team, my previous team. I have moved on from my engineering role from 34 years with, I would say, probably 70% of that in a leadership role that was pushed on me. I was kind of just pushed into that role. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of people in a corporate environment. The leaders aren't necessarily trained in leadership. They just kind of come in. So when I asked myself, where do I see myself in that theme of impact through leadership? For me, toxic work environments was a big part of my awakening. It was a big part of what conditioned me. I was trained under a very toxic work environment, a very high stress job, pressured into leading teams and getting led by people who didn't know how to lead, people who were basically pushing forth dictatorship. And all I can think of is David's talk earlier when he was talking of a dictator, right? And how that person led. And if you're basically brought up in that environment, that's all you know. And what does that do, right? What does that do to you and how you react? I specifically remember sitting in a meeting with my team, my engineering team, and there was blame being put all over my team. And it was something completely out of their control. But leadership was just focusing on pointing fingers, right? They weren't solving the problem. They were just pointing fingers. You did it. This department did it. That department did it. Their fault. And at that point, I had a choice, right? I could either keep shielding my team from broken leadership or broken systems, or I could change the way I led. And that was my awakening. And it really took my team to literally be gone and have to replace it almost completely because of the hierarchy of leadership. When they say the stuff comes downhill, it does. If it starts at the top, everyone underneath it is going to feel it. So when I realized that, all I knew was I couldn't learn from what I was being taught. I couldn't learn from my current environment. I couldn't learn from what was around me. And even taking management courses and things like that, that doesn't teach you really how to work with a team and how to lead in a specific environment where fear and authority is what's controlling the people. So if you thought about it, like, have you ever been in a situation where leadership was based on fear rather than trust? And how did that affect how you worked? How did that affect how you went forth in your day? How did that affect what you actually produced? For most of us, it subdued everything. We couldn't make good decisions. We couldn't react on instinct because we were being held back by the fear. So this is really important if you're leading others. It doesn't matter if you're in a big corporate environment. It doesn't matter if you're in a nonprofit, if you're an entrepreneur with a very small team, even if you're just a shop owner and you have, a few people that work for you. You need to be able to empower your team. And so that's one of the things I'm going to talk about, because this was something that I learned that I felt helped my team rise. So the fear-based leadership, of course, causes like burnout, right? High turnover, very low morale. People are calling in sick a lot. They're not thriving, right? The people around you aren't thriving. They're just surviving. They're just in there for the paycheck. They don't really care anymore about what they do. They might have came into the job thinking, oh, this will be interesting. I can't wait to do this. And then when the fear is just constantly on them and the blame, it shrinks you and you can't really be who you're really supposed to be. And when you guys were talking about the phoenix earlier, that's all I could think of. Like it was like you come into the ashes, right? You can't be bold, beautiful, and on fire. So if you think about what happens when you're empowered, when you're given the choice to make a decision, how does that change what you produce? No matter what that is, whether that's when you coach somebody, whether that's when you make a decision about your business, whether that's when you make a decision in your family. If you're making that decision based on fear, it's always very hard to make. And it usually isn't your gut response. So what I would say is, instead of focusing on control, what I started to do was focus on the people. We're all human. So when you focus on the people, you see, what are their strengths? What are their resources? What are they really good at? Where does this person inspire me? And you also look at, okay, what are their weaknesses? Where do they struggle? Where do they need assistance? And you look at that throughout your whole team. And when you give people empowerment by giving them responsibility over something they know they're good at, you see the light go off, right? You see their eyes just shine and they're like, oh, really? I can do that? I love doing that. It makes a huge change in the people that you work with, in your team, in the people around you, even if you think about a family environment. If you think about that colleague who has an incredible strength, right? And it might be underutilized, like they have it, but it's not in their job description, right? They're not using it. What happens when you highlight it and you empower them to use it? So the weaknesses, the other side, right? Where you have undeveloped strengths. Maybe it's the things you just don't like to do. Most people don't like to do things they're not good at, right? Because they just can't, they have to trudge through it. And really looking at what those are. Maybe instead of punishing them, what we start doing is fostering those strengths and finding the people that are good at the things they're weak at and connecting them. This is what makes a team. They always say there's no I in team. So one person good at one thing, one person is good at another. It takes a village. A village and a team are very similar. You have strengths all across that team. Foster all the strengths and connect those weaknesses with the strengths so that you create a very solid team. Really getting to know your people, getting to know what they love outside of work, what they love outside of what they're doing makes a huge difference in how you can foster their strengths and resources. Because you might not know this person at home does this specific hobby, and it can be really powerful in a whole nother aspect of their job. And if you don't know about the person, then you can't foster that empowerment. You can't really give them that superpower and let them go for it. It really makes a difference. One of the other things is we need to embrace the failures, right? Like, we can focus on those strengths, we can focus on the weaknesses, we can connect the people, but we need to embrace the failures, right? When we're giving people the empowerment to make decisions, people are going to make mistakes, but that's how we learn, right? We don't learn if we don't make a mistake. Constantly doing things right all the time, we think that we're, above everyone. And that doesn't happen. It's not true. You will make mistakes and then you'll cover it up. But if you embrace failure, if you really look at failure and say, oh, okay, I made this decision, it was the wrong decision, or even somebody in your team, I see you made that decision, you tried to go with your gut and it didn't work. How can we embrace the failure? What did we learn from this? What didn't we look at before? What resources maybe would have been helpful that we can use next time? Like, really taking the failure as a learning plateau and using it for your whole team. This is something I did with my engineers. Somebody made a mistake. It was like, okay, we all make mistakes. We're all making them. with things that we're designing, with things we're creating. But let's take a look. Okay, let's look at it as a team. How could we have formed this differently? Why did the mistake happen? Can we see that we would have made the same mistake? And it really helps like foster the environment of a team and people to really share their ideas together. It really fosters empowerment when you look at failures as, all right, how do we learn from this? It really makes a difference. I made lots of mistakes, especially in my leadership and how I was making that journey, because I was literally mimicking what I was being shown, which was fear, intimidation. I know because I'm the boss. And when you learn that way and you do that, especially in a male-dominated field, I was in a male-dominated field in engineering, surrounded by men. And when you're a woman in that type of environment, you are not the bee and you are not putting it forth with all your might, you are weak. You can't hang with the fellas. So I had to be the bee. That's what I thought, but that's not true. I realized that what I was doing is I was pushing away the people in my team, right? They didn't want to come to me and talk to me about problems because I was just going to come at them. I was going to treat them the same way the upper boss or the upper management was treating me. It was mirroring down until I learned that that wasn't fostering my team. It wasn't creating a good team. So that's why I learned it the hard way, right? I started losing people that were good, and the people that stayed really weren't that great. I was just dealing with it. So learning that your culture that you're around, sometimes you can't change that culture. You can't change the higher ups. They own the company or they've been there longer than you. You can't do anything about it, but you can do something about what you do. You can change you. You can change how you lead, and you can foster your team to actually be part of you. You are not above your team. You are a member of it. It makes a huge difference in how they see you and how you see them. Because if your team thrives, your department thrives, and you as a leader can thrive. So when leaders create a great culture of like trust and support, the teams actually will work together. They actually will come to you when they don't know how to make a decision and say, all right, I'm stuck here. What do we do? And then you can either give them advice or, okay, let's look at the team. Let's all get together. Let's make this decision as a group. It makes a huge difference in how people feel about the work they do and what they put forth. It's not just the job anymore. It's for each other. And that human connection makes a huge difference. And one of that other shifts that I made, moving from that like isolation of being the boss, was the connection, right? Bridging those gaps. So if you thought about it, what's one step you could take this week to strengthen a relationship with somebody that you lead? Because leadership isn't about standing above, right? It's about lifting others up. It's about supporting others. And brings us way back to the beginning. Biggest lesson. Leadership is about impact. It's the impact that you make. So what impact are you making with the people you lead? So just to conclude it all, I know I've only been about 20 minutes here, but my leadership evolution is an example that you can change. You can really dig into yourself and say, well, I don't need to do things the same way others do it. I can do it the way my heart says I should, or my soul says I should. Where fear-based leadership always fails, trust and empowerment always succeed. Great leaders focus on the strengths and support the weaknesses. Failure is always a tool for growth. Never demean, empower. And strong teams thrive on connection and trust. And that's how you lead. Thanks.
That was really wonderful. Thank you so much. Wow. I enjoyed that. I'm glad I get
Thank
the
you very
time.
much.
When I'm podcasting, I don't have time to take notes and write things down. I'm enjoying this. This is really good. So does anybody have any comments, any highlights, anything that really stuck with you? Go ahead, Christina.
I thought, Crystal, that first of all, it was excellent talk. If you guys only knew the position that I'm in right now at work, it's literally almost like you're speaking, Crystal, of leadership and the struggles of a corporate environment. And those struggles apparently run through many different companies, because I see something similar happening at work. And, I just think that you gave me a lot to think about in regards to trust and empowerment always succeeding, and being able to lead my teams in the sense of giving them empowerment versus leading through fear. Because you're right, everything that happens from the top trickles down. That's just the way that it is until somebody stops it. And usually that squeaky wheel is one who is out the door sooner than later, because they just don't fit within the culture of that type of arena. But I this was excellent. It was very empowering just to hear, and motivating. So knowing that, one, I'm not the only one, and two, that you can still lead through struggle as long as you're setting the right example for your team and doing it the right way. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Definitely feel free to reach out if you want any tips or tricks. I dealt with it. I was at a specific company for over 28 years. I stayed through all the toxicity and I thrived beside it.
That's powerful. I like that. Riza Diva, she says, wonderful insights, Crystal. Good observations, Christina. Yeah, she's off screen. She's still recovering from her car accident, so that's okay. I told her that was fine. I wonder if anybody here, raise your hand if you've heard of Genghis Khan. So he was a leader, but was he a great one? And Adelaide says, thank you, Crystal, with a heart. Genghis Khan, he ruled with brutality. But did you know? I kind of feel like Paul Harvey with this is the rest of the story. His empire spanned nearly 12 million square miles. I mean, that's just massive. And it lasted in parts for nearly 7 centuries. Now, according to Forbes, Genghis Khan actually abolished torture, embraced religious freedom, ran his kingdom meritocratically on merits, advanced women's rights, and valued education. I had no idea. I was talking about him in a talk I was giving one time, and it's like, wow. Because what do people concentrate on? They concentrate on that his legacy is drenched in blood. But that really was only a part of it. Do I want to be a leader like Genghis Khan? Not particularly. It would be great to have those amazing achievements, but yeah, sometimes we have to look at the whole picture, not just at one part of it through things. So I think we've kind of all been sitting long enough. So we're going to rise up like a phoenix. Come on, everybody. Stand up and wave those arms. Get us moving. We go to the right and we go to the left and we go to the back and we go to the front. Shake it all out. And after Nick's talk, we'll actually take a little bit longer break so everybody can go use the restroom or grab a sweater or get something to drink. I always have something with me here.
I was just gonna say we need to get up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Trying to take pointers from other places and events that I've been in. And Riza said she liked the Phoenix Rising gesture.
I used to always start all my talks with music and get everybody up and dance, but I couldn't figure out how to get it to work through the microphone.
Yeah, I actually found on Zoom now, I finally upgraded it right. And there's actually a little place on there that has, I can, when I'm sharing my screen, I can make the sound from the screen come on. And it's like, wow, that worked out really well.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to work in this environment or not, but I
Yeah.
have used something like that before with the Zoom and put on the music.
You can do it on the next one.
Next time.
That's right. That's right. And I'm thinking all this Phoenix talk, I should have named the summit BYOP, Bring Your Own Phoenix. Well, I guess I kind of did. I brought Krista. So, Nick, wow, you talk about having a power of communication. You know, words can build bridges or burn them. Great leaders communicate with clarity and conviction. Martin Luther King Jr. and his I Have a Dream. On August 28, 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. delivered one of the most powerful speeches in history. He painted a vivid picture of hope, unity, and justice. His words didn't just inform, they ignited a movement that changed the course of history. Now, the right words, spoken with clarity and passion, have the power to transform lives. Leaders must master the art of listening, speaking, and connecting. And Nick, wow, is he ever someone who can communicate? Now, Nick is living proof that challenges don't define us. Our mindset and actions do. Nick was born with cerebral palsy, but he's never let it be an obstacle and instead uses it as fuel to inspire others. Certified 10X business coach, he helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses by leveraging the power of podcasting, turning their voices into lead generation tools and revenue driving assets. He's developed powerful business growth toolboxes designed to simplify brand building and help business owners increase their revenue, and most importantly, save time. Passionate about collaboration, Nick works alongside his best friend and business partner, Kyle, to support entrepreneurs on their journey. And together they host weekly leadership check-ins, helping business owners stay accountable and achieve their goals. Now, beyond coaching, Nick is the host of the Infinite Abilities podcast, where inspiring stories take center stage. He's focused on mindset, resilience, and entrepreneurial success. The podcast features conversations with thought leaders, coaches, and experts who share strategies for growth and overcoming obstacles. From personal development to tactical business advice, every episode is designed to empower listeners to push past their limits and realize that their abilities are truly infinite. And if you're ready to break through barriers and unlock your full potential, Nick Gearhart is here to show you that with the right mindset and strategy, anything is possible. Now, before I let Nick talk,
Uh-oh.
oh,
Hmm.
now I have to find my mouse first. I'm using two screens, so sometimes it gets lost. I'm not even sure, Nick, how we actually met. I know we're both in Connected Leaders Academy, but I don't think that's how we met.
It's been so long. I'm not sure. But we have a great friendship now, and I love every time that we talk.
Me too. I tell you, Nick is just amazing to work with. He's positive, he's upbeat, and he's been that way since he was born. Isn't that right, Nick?
For the most part, yes, but there's definitely some times where I wasn't. But
Yeah,
now I am again. So yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And Nick, as well as David. And David, I'm correct in saying that you were on a 10X or sorry.
I I was
What's
on a
the red
TED.
dot? My brain just
Yeah, I was
stopped.
on a TEDx. Yeah,
TEDx.
yeah.
And Nick, you were a
And Nick's
TEDx speaker too, right?
Not yet, but
Oh,
that is
not
something
yet.
that I will be doing. Yeah, not
Okay.
yet.
I was
Yep.
thinking you both were. Yeah. David is just amazing. The first time I talked with David, whoops, sorry. Um, he had a baseball bat in the background. Do you want to kind of talk
No,
about that just a little bit, David?
yeah, sure. Yeah, Nick, I'd love to talk to you a little bit more offline. I know we've
That'd be
talked at
awesome.
some point. Yeah, so here I'm going to change my background. So what the baseball bat is my podcast, and it's called Peace, Love, and Bring a Bat. And the bat is about bringing awesome thoughts or being authentic today. And I changed the background really because most people go, "Hey, you want to bring a bat? You could be a tough guy." Anybody who knows me, I'm not a tough guy. I talk tough, but I'm not gonna bring a bat in that way. I think we need to bring out our awesome things and learning how to balance the challenges of life. I have a talk
Hmm.
about the baseball aspects of it, but that's really where we all have to figure out what balances, what challenges we have, and how to sometimes hit to the others side of the field if you understand the baseball reference. It's not all about hitting a home run, but it's about doing the best that you can do.
Yeah. And Adelaide, she put in, wow, that is what's called leading narratives to get reactions and fans to that picture of the drive of thoughts. You are not strong to resist, or yeah, you are not strong to resist and stay willful. Hope I said that right, Adelaide.
Mm.
And you can
Yeah.
come off mic if you want to and talk too. That'll be okay,
And Nick's
Adelaide.
awesome. I mean, I followed with him, and then we I think I talked to Kyle at one point, and then we just fell off each other's radars. But I'd love to reconnect later.
Okay. I
Good luck,
So
man.
apologize for that. When we first started get going, it was crazy. Now
Yep.
we've got automations and follow up, and we stay on top of it now.
It's all good. That right. That's the life of an entrepreneur. You know, you sometimes
Exactly.
roll out of circles, come back, but the right people. That's what I believe in the universe. The right people always connect, and at the right time.
Yep.
So, good luck, man. You got this.
Thank you.
and I have to apologize to Miss Vasquez. I know I am not saying your name right, and I am really sorry. I will work on it and get better at it. I was hoping to see her when we were going to go to Puerto Rico, but there's been some power issues there and stuff with governments going back and forth, so we weren't able to go yet. So maybe she'll have to just really help me with that. Can you come off your mic for just a minute, Ed?
Hello,
There you
everyone. Thank you, Alice.
go. Say your name for me, please.
It's Adelaida, Adelaida in Spanish.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for being here. She's from Puerto Rico and she has a business. We'll have her talk maybe in a little bit because she
Yes,
has
yes.
a
So,
story. Boy, she has a story for sure. But this is next time. And I was
yes,
talking
no,
about
absolutely. I will love to come on and talk about what we're doing here in Puerto Rico. It's a big movement. It's not just here, it's not local, it's global.
yeah, it is. Okay. So Nick, the power of communication. You are so good at communicating with people. You're gentle and positive. I know that from us talking, you maybe weren't always so positive. That there was
No.
times when you were probably pretty upset. Why don't you give us just a couple minutes about that?
Okay, I can do that. So, as you know, I do have cerebral palsy. So, I face challenges every single day. And for instance, if you want to see a challenge, check out any of my social medias. I posted a video this morning of me making French press coffee, and that was a struggle, but I did it. So, I was born dead, like no heartbeat, wasn't breathing, nothing. And because of that, I did get brain damage, which resulted in cerebral palsy, which I got diagnosed at the age of 1. And the doctor said that I would never walk. They said I'd probably never talk. You know, I would be dependent on someone my whole entire life. Well, my parents didn't just take what the doctors said and run with it, like a lot of parents do, unfortunately. And they decided to push me my whole life to figure out what I could do for myself. And I'm truly grateful for that. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't like it very much, but I'm really grateful for it now. I started walking at the age of 5. I got my driver's license at 16, even though I kept getting told that I couldn't drive. Even though I got my first vehicle when I was 11 because I lived on a farm, so I've been driving since I was, 10 years old. But I never give up. It's like, it doesn't matter how many no's you get, just keep going. Just keep on going. Now, through my life, I've had my ups and downs. I've been down in deep depression, suicidal thoughts, the whole 9 yards. And it was about 4 years ago now, which was a year after I lost my dad. I went into the darkest depression of my life. And I woke up one day and I was like, something has to change. Otherwise, there's only one thing that I'm going to do, and it's not going to be good. So I started looking into self development, started reading books, started listening to podcasts, and I just slowly started improving my mindset. That is everything, your mindset. And I just kept working at that. And like, it's amazing because when you have a positive outlook on life, the whole world gets better and you start attracting the things that you want into your life. So just because I got started on that journey, I decided, hey, I don't like working for somebody else because I worked for my dad for 10 years until he passed away, and then we sold our company. And after that, I got a different job, and it just wasn't the same, because when I worked for my dad, I was the lead supervisor of everyone. So I was a leader, and that's what this is all about. I'll get back to that in a moment. I just want to touch on what LS was talking about. I I just kept improving myself, and that's how I ended up where I am now. I'm a certified 10x business coach, and uh, my whole life is 1,000 times better than it was 4 years ago. And let me tell you another thing. I'm sitting here talking to all of you right now, and 4 years ago, I wasn't able to order my own food at a restaurant because I was too scared to talk to somebody that I didn't know. So when you focus on yourself, focus on getting 1% better every day, and push yourself outside your comfort zone every day as much as you can accomplish so much more than you ever thought.
So, Nick, tell people what kind of vehicle you drive now, if you don't mind.
What day of the week are you talking about? So I currently own 4 or 5 vehicles. The fifth one doesn't run, so I'm not even gonna count that. But my favorite car that I currently own is a 1996 Eagle Talon, which is the same thing as a Mitsubishi Eclipse. If you watch the Fast and the Furious, the first one, the good one, it is pretty much identical to the green car, but mine is orange. So my dad gave me that when I graduated high school, and I've owned it for almost 15 years now. And by the way, that car is a 5-speed manual, and everybody that has rolled with me will tell you that I'm one of the best manual drivers they've ever seen.
Awesome.
So I'm proud of that one.
Well, I see there's a truck above your head.
I
So-
do still have a job, and I do drive a garbage truck at work. Thankfully, I'm just down to part-time now, so I can focus on my business.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
I know you're working to try to make your business your only job, and
yeah,
I see you doing it. I see you doing it, a leader.
it won't be long now.
Nope, nope. So, Nick, let's just go ahead and have you start in on your talk. Is that okay?
Yep, that was
All
cool.
right.
So I have a question, and raise your hand if this resonates with you. Have you ever had a boss that just when they walk in the room, your your blood pressure goes up? I was that boss many years ago. When I first got started as the supervisor for my dad's company, I got a big head. I was like, "Oh, I'm the boss. I can boss everybody around." Let me tell you, that is not a leader at all. My guys, they quickly started to not like me. And these are guys that I had a good relationship with before because before I was, an employee alongside them. I quickly learned that when you're a leader in an organization or anywhere, you should look at it as everybody's your team member. You're not above them. Your job is to lead them, not tell them what to do. Work together, make stuff happen. Once I learned that, things got a lot easier, and we were like a big family. And it was tough. It was really tough when everybody started to not like me. I'm somebody that most people tend to like, so that was kind of challenging for me. But I went on to, I realized I had a problem, and the problem was myself. So if you are a leader and your team members are not working efficiently like you need them to, I would recommend taking a look at yourself. And that's a tough pill to swallow, but it will be worth it in the end. Now, throughout my years, I have been a supervisor at two different companies, and it was actually pretty cool. The last company I worked for, they brought me directly in as a supervisor, so I didn't have to struggle and work my way up like I did for my dad, which, if you worked for family, that's harder than anything else to do. So, as a leader, it's important that your people know your vision and your goals and know what the company's mission statement is. So every company should have a mission statement. It can be short and sweet and to the point. And if everybody knows that and know what they're working towards, everybody's going to love their job a whole lot better. And this is extremely important. Whether you're a solopreneur, you need to have that for yourself. You need to know where you're going, what you want to do, and why you do it. And if you don't have that, it gets very hard to get up in the morning and put in the work that you need to do. Does anybody resonate with that one? I do too, because that's where I was with my own business not long ago. I I I wouldn't say I forgot why I started, but I wasn't reminding myself daily. And I think this is important. Every morning, remind yourself of your goals. I like to write my goals every morning, and I would like to say I do it every night also, but I don't. That's something that I'm working on, constantly improving. But write your goals, make sure they're always at the top of your mind so you know where you're going and you know why you're doing what you do. Can I get a raise of hands? Who here owns their own business? Uh, Everyone. Awesome. Who here has employees? Awesome. Not yet, Crystal?
I
So
had employees in a
you
corporate
had?
role.
Okay, got ya. Awesome. So when you have employees, be the leader that they need, and be the person that they can count on when they get stuck. Don't be the person that when they need you, they're too scared to come and ask you for help. Your employees need to be know that they can count on you for everything. And that is what I did at my dad's company. I made sure that everybody knew who to go to when they had a question. Now, it can get a little annoying because sometimes you get the calls and it's like, why are you asking me about this? But just answer the question, help them if they need it. It's all good. And when your employees know that they can go to you for anything, they're gonna help you succeed faster than ever before because you're gonna have the relationship with them. They're not just employees, they're your team. They're the ones that are going to help you create the future that you want. And along the way, you're going to help them create the future that they want. So, whenever you can help them get closer to their own goals, I would highly recommend doing that. And that's another thing. A lot of employers don't care to ask their employees what they want in life, where they want to go. And that was a real eye opener for me at my last job that I got after we sold my dad's company. Is when I went in for the second interview, I had to. Don't ask why. It was annoying, but I had to. And the second one, I actually got the owner of the company, and he asked me that question. He asked me, "What are your goals?" And at that time, I had no idea. But he made me go home that night, and he gave me a list of a few questions. He wanted to know what my plan for life was, like where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do. He wanted to know how much money I wanted to make within 5 years, and he also wanted to know what I wanted to do after I worked for him, because he believed in everybody growing to a point where they grow out of his company. He wanted to build everybody up. And that guy was an incredible boss, just incredible. I still talk to him to this day. I'm actually going to help him out with a few things tomorrow. So it's good to keep those connections. But if you do have employees, ask them that because that's going to show them that you care about them. That's going to show them that you're different than most employers who look at their employees as, well, I'm sorry, slaves, and they just want them there to work and go home, and that's it. I think that all of our careers can be so much more than that. Now, me and my own business, like LS said, I have my own I have my business partner, Kyle. He's also my best friend, so that helps. And he's been with me since the beginning. I started the company with him, and we've been just rocking and rolling together. It gets very challenging when your best friend is your business partner. You figure out really quickly how crappy you are at communicating with somebody that you care about. So that is something that we've had to work on, and I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that. Now, for me, this is my company, so I'm technically the leader, even though I like to look at both of us equal. But I knew that I had to take charge in figuring out how we can communicate effectively. And one of the things that I actually did is I reached out to a coach and I asked the coach for help because I think we all can agree here that coaching works and having a coach can significantly improve your life and your business. So I reached out to one of my coaches and he agreed to help us get through the challenging times when things have to get done and one of you isn't pulling your weight. It happens. And what's important about that is I took the initiative to find a solution to the problem. Now, sometimes as entrepreneurs, we don't look for the solutions. We just kind of let it go, brush it off, bury it down deep, and guess what happens every time? It reveals itself later on, and it's a whole different monster than it was before. So, as entrepreneurs, as leaders, make sure you're taking the initiative to solve the problems that you have before they get bigger and worse. Because, especially with business partners, we all know how that can end, and it's never good. So, always take the initiative, always be there for your people, for your team. And for me, somebody taught me this a while back, and they said, do everything in your company once and then delegate it to somebody else. Now, when you're new, you gotta do it over and over and over until you can hire the right employee to do that. But once you start growing and scaling, that's what you can do. And why it's good to learn everything is because then when your team members have a question, you can answer that question. And I'm a true believer in I won't have my team member do anything that I haven't done before or am not still willing to do. I'm willing to do anything as long as it helps. So that's what I got. It's a little shorter than we wanted, but it was kind of last minute. Does anybody have any questions?
This was all good, Dick. Thanks so much for the reminders and sharing the information that you did, sharing even your journey and how you can lead, but also kind of be a partner with the other people you work with, creating the right
Mhm.
environment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also noticed as you were talking, all I could think of was the leading by example,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
right? If you
Always
do it well, the others will do it well.
exactly. Yep. I love that.
I thought you did a great job. One thing that I'm taking back that I'll probably apply to myself is that understand my own mission statement when it comes to my business because I have, the corporate life and I know the mission of the company and, and all that. But when it comes to my business, I should have that information downloaded and plugged in at all times and focus on that. So yeah, I'll be doing that.
Awesome.
So,
My mission statement, by the way, is to empower 1 billion people to go out there and inspire somebody else to improve their life. So I probably should have brought that up when I was talking about that.
It's okay, you brought it up now. It's all good. It's all good. I wanted to ask you,
Mhm.
when did you find out that you were being a crappy leader in your dad's business? And what did you do to correct that?
So unfortunately, it took me a while to figure it out. It was about 6 months in, and it was because after a while you keep butting heads with people, and people quit. That was the worst part of it. Is I had employees leave, and looking back now, so they were good employees. I just wasn't a good leader, and once that starts happening, and then I have my dad on my ass being like, "What's going on?" So that kind of pushed me too. But I I was like, okay, what's not working here? Like it worked before when my dad was the supervisor. Why isn't it working with me? And
Mm.
I started to look back at how my dad worked versus how I did. I looked at how my dad communicated most of the time with the employees versus how I did. You know, my dad, he would give the shirt up his back to help anybody in the company. So that's kind of what I began to do. I began to basically build a little family. So I started out by apologizing. I got everybody together and I told them that I messed up. I was the problem, and I'm sorry that I did the things that I did. So now that was extremely difficult, but that right there, that touched every single employee, and everybody was willing to give me another shot. So we did, and one of the things that I did is every Friday after work, I would take. It kind of sounds bad because all of my employees were drivers of big equipment, but we all go to the bar afterwards. Now, I did always make sure they got home safe, but every Friday we did that. And it was just a nice little thing that we could do together and hang out outside of work. And that really made our relationship a lot stronger. And then when we were at work, it wasn't me telling everybody what to do anymore. It was every morning we had a meeting every single morning. And one of my mentors, Grant Cardone, he does the same thing in his organization. They have a team meeting every morning. This is huge. This gets everybody on the same page. You can share wins. You can talk about, how many sales were made the day before. All of that good stuff. So that's one of the things that I did. Every morning we had a meeting, and we go over what needed to be done, and then we would all just agree on who's going to do what. If somebody got behind, who was going to pick up the slack, and all that sort of things. And another thing that really helped that is I started to let the little things slide. Where before I would call you into my office for every stupid little thing that you did wrong, and don't do that. Don't micromanage. People are people. They're human. Nobody's perfect. So, uh, for instance, we had one employee that was late almost every day. Every day, he was late by a half hour to an hour, sometimes 2 hours. Now, when he showed up, he was great. So it was really, and we had a good friendship. So it was really hard to. Yeah, I didn't want to let him go. I didn't want to fire him. So what we did instead was I told him, all right, you can be as late as you want, but you know your job. Nobody's going to help you if your truck breaks or if you fall behind. If you come in late, you're working until it's done. And he agreed to that. And it worked out for him. He continued to be late. He actually became less late. It was kind of weird. After that, he was like slowly less later and later. It was kind of odd. But I think it's because he didn't have the pressure to get to work on time. He wasn't a morning person. We started at 5:30 in the morning. So, it happens. But he turned out to be one of the best employees that we ever had. So it's just let go of the little things, work with people when you can. I understand that some jobs you have to be there on time, things like that. But a lot of times you can be lenient with your team.
Wow, those are really great things that you brought up. I enjoyed that. You also brought up in your conversation something that I just learned about this morning, and that is the importance of writing your goals daily. I thought you
Yep.
write your goals once, that's it. You just try to hit them as it goes on. But tell me why your thoughts behind why it's important to write your goals daily.
So when you wake up in the morning, I mean, who here likes to wake up in the morning? Does anybody like getting out of bed? You like it? You like it now? Oh, that's good. That means that you know why you're here and you have strong goals. But that goes to show, like, when you have goals and you write them first thing in the morning, that gets you excited for the day. You're like, it reminds you, oh, hey, my goal this year is to move to Miami, Florida, which that's actually my goal for this year. I live in Minnesota right now, and it's cold. I don't like it. So my goal is to move to Miami, Florida this year. My number one top goal for this year. Now I've got goals that are a year goal. Oh, you're in Tampa? Awesome. Well, next time I'm down there, I'll get hold of you. Um, have goals that are your monthly goals, your yearly goals, 5 years and 10 years. Okay. Now another goal that I have this year is to be on a physical stage once a month. So I did not do that this month, but next month I'm on two physical stages. So I kind of made up for it. And then in April I have another one, and in May I have another one. So now last year I only had one physical stage. And guess what? Last year, it wasn't my goal to be on stages. I wanted to, but I didn't write it down. So it's the power of attracting the things that you want. What's that thing called? The law of attraction.
Right?
It's real. Like, guys, it's real. A lot of people think it's woo-wooey, but it's not. It's real. So when you're constantly thinking about, okay, I want to be on stages every month this year. Let me tell you, I did not call anyone to be on their stages. I booked 4 stages this year, physical, and they all reached out to me. How does
Awesome.
that work?
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
awesome. I love that. I hate to cut you out, Nick. I know we could talk a lot more, but we have Dr. Clancy that's going to be here at 10 past the hour. So I
Sure.
am going to give everybody a chance to get up, stretch, go get some water, get coffee, lunch, whatever you want to get, take a bathroom break. And let's try to be back here at 10 after. And I am going to share my screen and see if we can play a little video. I can remember where it's at.
I'm gonna put my booking link in the comments if anybody wants to book a call and chat.
Sounds great. Okay, let's be back on in about 10 minutes, okay? I'll see if I can play this. I had to find it and figure out how to shut it off. I thought it was going to loop all the way, but that's okay. Hopefully everybody will keep coming back. Okay. So I know that some of you are off camera, and that's okay. I know, Riza, you're still recovering from your car accident, so that's fine. I just thank everybody for being here. This has been a really great summit so far. I know the rest of it's going to be really great. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I was still looking for speakers yesterday, and that is where I found Dr. Shanea Clancy. She answered my message. We talked, and she said yes, and I was elated because I was scrambling. I got another speaker the day before, and it's the quality of the speakers that I have that I love the most. Everybody has something amazing and wonderful that's going to help the next person get to where they need to go. And I think that's so much more important, helping each other. And I think we've heard that a lot today, is always helping the next person get to where they need to go. So let me introduce Dr. Clancy. She is a #1 best-selling author and a global speaker whose messages have inspired audiences at Fortune 500 companies like UPS, top universities such as the University of Pittsburgh and Carnegie Mellon, and 50 plus high schools and colleges. Dr. Clancy has coached, advised, and been endorsed by and shared the stage with numerous top achievers, including Demi Leigh Thibault, I hope I said that incorrectly, Ann Baylor, Jeff Hoffman, Jack Canfield, and Jamie Kern Lima. She has been featured on Fox, Times Radio, UK, PBS, CBS, NBC, and more, inspiring live audiences of over 65,000 plus. She holds a RN diploma, BSN forensic nursing, and doctoral degrees from, I'm sorry, how do you say the name of the university?
You're good. It's Duquesne University.
Duquesne, okay. And an executive MBA in healthcare from the University of Pittsburgh. Give me just a minute. We've got Latoya coming in here. Okay, Dr. Clancy is an advanced practice certified addiction registered nurse and fellow in the International Academy of Addictions Nursing with a deep commitment to mental health, restorative justice, and prison reform. Wow. As a highly sought after expert in leadership, mindset mastery, addiction, mental health, and conflict resolution, she's dedicated to empowering others to shatter limiting beliefs, ignite their purpose-filled passion, and maximize their full potential. Through Clancy Consulting Services, her books, coaching, consultations, and live events, she empowers individuals to create transformative futures filled with love, light, and leadership. And boy, I should get a big bonus at the end of this for going through all these tongue twisters I've had today. But it's great. It's wonderful. It's, at least I didn't say you were a deep massage therapist. Oh well, get my glasses raised up a little bit. So I hope I got all of that right. And I'm really glad you're here. Now, the one thing I had come up with, and I thought this fit Dr. Clancy, is what will you leave behind? So leadership is about the impact that lasts beyond yourself. Mother Teresa's life of service, she didn't lead with wealth, power, or influence. She led with love and service. She dedicated her life to caring for the sick, poor, and dying. Even after her death, her work continues through the missionaries of charity, touching millions. The greatest leaders are not remembered for what they achieved, but for how they changed lives. True leadership isn't about success, it's about significance. And on that point, I'd like to say one thing. I love the way things kind of fall into place when you start to do something. And I had just seen a documentary on Mother Teresa. And when she first went into the mission field, she said, I want to go to the most beautiful place in the world. No, 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 no. She said, where is the place that is the awfulest, that is the roughest, that is the poorest, that has the worst of everything in it? That's where I want to go. I would not have asked for that. I probably would have been terrified at that age. She was pretty young, and but that's where she wanted to go because she wanted to help the ones that could not help themselves. And I know we have a couple of people here who help those who cannot help themselves. And that is so amazing. So with all of that said, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Shanea Clancy.
Hello. Hi, everybody. It's so great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am just honored to be here and to share this space among so many other amazing folks doing fantastic and phenomenal work. I really just wanted to talk a little bit today about limiting beliefs and really how they affect the resilient leader. I really like how you started off speaking about Mother Teresa and just how she wanted to go to the places that nobody else wanted to go, because that really is so significant, I think, in leadership. And also to me personally, I have had quite the adventure to get to where I'm at. And I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of read my bio. But when we talk about leadership, I feel that oftentimes we see people's achievements and we see letters behind people's name and things like that. And to be quite honest, I'm usually not, I don't always use Dr. Shanea Clancy. I'll just be Shanea Clancy. And I've had people say, why don't you use this? Or why do you do that? Well, the bottom line for me is that I think relatability is super important. And even though like we see the success and the accolades, we don't always see the grit that it takes to get there behind each person, that they're bringing their full self to the table, but we don't always get to see those layers that really got them there. And that's where I want to touch on limiting beliefs and how they really can shape a resilient leader or just leadership or transformation in general. What are limiting beliefs? When we hear that term, almost there's like that internal shift. We're like, wait, what does that really, really mean? And sometimes they can just creep up out of nowhere. They're really just about those ingrained convictions that really are holding us back from reaching our full potential. And we may not realize at first that they are subconsciously there or present. And it might be when we like hit a bump in the road and we're like, what is this feeling that's kind of creeping up and how do I navigate this? Yes, I love in the chat, I say stinking thinking. Absolutely. We want to get rid of the stinking thinking. So really, you know, they're universal. Everybody has limiting beliefs. If somebody tells you they don't, I don't know if I really would believe that, right? Because we still have, even if we say we don't have reservation, there always is a little bit of tugging internally. Even, you know, for a lot of people that speak, some people get really nervous before they take the stage, and that's kind of a limiting belief. But what we talk about is really like fear of failure. I just want to pause on that for a moment, because the opposite of the fear of failure is really the fear of success. And you can lead with both, right? So it has to do a lot with your mindset. And if you're leading with failure or negative thoughts, negative self-belief, that is what you're going to produce. And it took me a while to realize that I might not be able to control my environment around me. I may not be able to control how people perceive me. I can always be open to feedback and hold that kind of positive regard to reevaluate how I'm viewed or perceived. But when we really take that stance to lead with like a bold, really convicted spirit and shift inside that we are worthy and we are enough to lead, whatever that looks like. Leaders don't have to be somebody that is extremely loud or outgoing. There's a lot of leaders that will lead very quietly and very directly. You know, we all come in different packages and we have this unique tool belt, if you will, of skills and assets that we've been provided to really just share with the world. That's our purpose, right? Because if we keep it all, what's the point? We can't take it with us anyhow. So I really believe in like paying that forward, giving that back, and really just letting go of the amazing things that we have been blessed with to make us unique, just like our thumbprints. We all have different thumbprints, and that is really the destiny, the legacy that when you talked about Mother Teresa is really what it's about. It's, you know, we can't take all this stuff with us, but what are we leaving? What is our lasting impact? What are we passing on? Are we breaking generational barriers? Are we carrying on those limiting beliefs? Because we're always leading by example. People are always watching. And when we think leaders, leadership, we think of people in high positions, high power, different titles. The reality is that every single person is a leader. Somebody is looking up to you. Somebody admires you. You are somebody, and you are a leader, whether you really want to take that title or not. It's just part of life. And so we talk a little bit about imposter syndrome, being a perfectionist, that scarcity mindset. And I actually, I grew up in a really broken home and like really poor middle class of the road. And so when you grow up with that kind of mindset, it's really hard to shift that. And that's really where the mindset mastery, when I come and, you know, coach folks and really help, you know, tutor them and guide them to really just pull those things out and change the wording. That's really what it comes down to, is just like shifting the lens and the mindset that we're perceiving ourselves through and what we're capable of doing. Oftentimes that's when imposter syndrome kicks in. We think we're not good enough. We think we're not qualified enough. The reality is that we are equipped. We just really have to believe in that and believe in what we're doing and our mission. People pick up on that. When we talk about, I just wanted to touch a little bit on like how limiting beliefs can really like erode effective leadership. Because the people that we are impacting, whether we realize it or not, can pick up on those subtleties of your posture, your positioning, how you feel that you take up this space in the world around you. And it can lead to kind of stifled progress if you are in a scarcity mindset. You're not really reaching your full potential. And we want you to unleash that because you are beautiful, you're handsome, you're enough, and you can. And I just think that, you know, overcoming those limited beliefs have a lot to do with mindset, creating that support system, somebody to hold you accountable, be agile, emotionally intelligent. Not everybody has, you know, when we talk about intelligence, people might think you have to be smart. It's really just about mastering the ability to be agile and how you interact with other people. I personally had to overcome perfectionism a lot. I'm the oldest of 6 kids. If any of you are the oldest, you know that usually you are the one that is paving the way for the rest of the siblings. Usually you're told no to sleepovers for like, you know, the first 18 years of your life. And really just kind of by the time you get to the last, the parents are like, yeah, do whatever you want.
And the oldest is like, wait a minute, what happened here? And so that perfectionism, I really had to strip away. And that really happened when I had a really altering moment in my life that changed the entire trajectory of the rest of my life at such an early age. That is why I wrote this book, Transforming Trauma into Triumph. This is my testimony. And it took me quite a while to get to the point to be able to share that. It is raw, it is authentic. And the only reason I wrote this is to be able to help the next person believe that they are enough, that the past doesn't have to define you, that there is still a hope and a future. And you don't have to be perfect. Just have to take it like sometimes second by second or day by day. When my feet hit the ground every morning, it's a mindset shift. If I try to look at it like opportunity, what can I do today that I didn't get done yesterday? I am a list person and I love to cross off a list, right? But then we always add to it and you're like, well, it's the same size anyhow. But the beauty in that is knowing that you can start fresh the next day and really just empower yourself to do your best. And whatever that looks like, as long as we put our best foot forward, we've done our best. We've done our best. And putting our best foot forward might look really different from one day to the next. And that's okay. Some days we are not in the mental space, the mental, emotional, spiritual, physical capacity to show up in that perfect state. There is no such thing. There's no such thing. We can try, but to be perfect, I don't know anybody that's perfect. And when I realized and accepted that that's the case, I took a weight off my shoulder and was able to lead with the ability to know that I can lead in the trenches, lead from behind. But what I really love is servant leadership and just being there to help the next person really learn that they have whatever they need inside of them to be the best person, live the best life, and really live their dreams and live their purpose authentically and with purpose. I am just so glad to be here, and I want to be cognizant of the time as well. But I would love to connect with anybody that, even just wants to say hi, and talk about how we can lead others, why we lead others, what is the importance of it, because we all have relevance and significant and bring something very unique to the table that somebody else could never do. Our perception, our perspective holds a lot of weight and value, and we all deserve a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Wow, that was really great. Let's see if I can get you back here with everybody else. Yeah, so does anybody have any comments or statements or any gold nuggets you got from Dr. Clancy's talk? Go ahead and come off of mute and just go ahead and speak.
Yes. Hi, Alice. It's Latoya. I just want to say thank you so much. I felt like she was talking about me, even though she doesn't know me. I am the oldest sibling, and so I 100% can relate to that pressure, trying to make sure everything was, correct, kind of having that, even though people would say, oh, you're pioneering, it did not feel like that. It felt like it was a lot of obstacles, it was a lot of challenges, but indeed, I did pave the way in many aspects for the rest of my siblings. So, I appreciate that. And also just her sharing about, trying to be perfect and just, truly thinking that I didn't qualify or I didn't have the skills and abilities, even though I know I did. It was like subconsciously it took kind of like, as she mentioned, that wake up call, that pivotal moment to just be honest and say I can't continue in this ridiculous cycle of just shrinking back and just, thinking less than who I know God has called me to be. So I thank you so much for sharing today. This is really a blessing, and I'm glad I got on at the right time. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, Krista Fee says, "Thank you. I love. We all deserve a seat at the table." That's so good. Because I actually, and I wouldn't have even thought about it if she hadn't have said that. But I actually met somebody one time who always felt like they needed to sit away from the table because they never felt welcome. So, yeah, I agree. I appreciate that everyone has a seat at the table. Christina would comment, but she's definitely having internet issues. And she says limiting beliefs is always an excellent topic. And thank you, Shanea, for talking about that. Does anybody else have anything to say before we go on? Okay, thank you so much for being here. I know it was such short notice. It was very valuable what you had to say, and I really appreciate you taking the time and sharing with us.
Yes, thank you for having me. I did put my website and email in the chat. If you go to the website, there's some freebies for you too. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure.
Freebies are always nice. Thank you. Yeah, brought up some good points, and several people have here, of course, but leadership does start with ownership, owning it. True leaders don't wait for permission to lead, they take responsibility. I think we've seen that in every talk, actually. So it reminds me of the story of Captain Chelsea Sully Sullenberg and the Miracle on the Hudson. Now, in 2009, Captain Sully had only seconds to decide what to do after birds struck both engines of a U.S. Airways Flight 1549. He didn't wait for instructions or blame circumstances. He took full ownership of the situation, and his decisive leadership led to all 155 passengers surviving a miraculous landing on the Hudson River. I remember watching that in the news, and I thought that was just incredible. He could have broken up on the river. He could have come in at different angles. A whole lot of things could have happened. And my husband flies, and I've gone through flight school, so I understand a little bit better of what could have happened. But true leaders don't wait for ideal conditions. They take responsibility and act decisively. Impactful leaders own their actions, decisions, and results. And I thought that fit in really well with Adam, what his talk is going to be about. Now, Adam Lattin is the founder of The Clearest You. He has been a practitioner, mentor, and student of holistic healing in many forms since 1999. His current focus is as a communication and connection coach, but still works with clients in other modalities. He believes that clarity and accuracy of yourself and others is paramount to a successful life. So, Adam, go ahead and come off of mute and let's talk a little bit here.
Okay, so I'm going to need everyone that's gone before me to take a breath and release it. And just try and remember that I want everyone to succeed their way, in whichever way they need to succeed. So I'm offering tools and ideas that actually run contrary to what a lot of people are focusing on. So I need people to understand, if your system and your style is working for you, I am not saying change it up. But especially if you're an entrepreneur or trying to lead or trying to engage, and you find you're getting self-frustrated with people, or you're burnt out because of how much you're doing and how much you're engaging, these tools might actually benefit you. Okay? I absolutely believe in everyone's ability to decide how they want to show up in the world. I would never tell someone, don't show up this way. What I would tell them is stop listening to other people that tell you have to show up every single different way. I believe it's important to acknowledge that there are many things you can't do and you're not supposed to. That it's essential that you accept can't as a part of your existence simply because of the limitation of time. Because while you're engaging with one thing for 5 minutes, expecting yourself to engage with 5 others does not make any logical sense. And so this is hard for a lot of people who want to juggle everything in their business. Instead of really leading, what they're just doing is they're trying to be everything. So I also believe wholeheartedly as a healer that part of leadership is asking for consent, is someone who actually is clear on, does someone want to receive my leadership? Because I know many leaders that actually do not request consent from other people, that do not actually require to or consider, can someone be led in this direction? Am I actually leading them accurately based on how they function, based on how they engage? So I talk a lot about saying, where is your evidence of someone's skill and or evidence that they want to develop that skill? Okay. I believe in the idea, rather than depending upon a small group of people, that each person has their own unique zone of genius, and that anything outside of that zone is not their responsibility or something they should actually be doing. I know this runs contrary to how everyone else functions, but we're now dealing with a surge of neurodiversity where we're realizing everyone thinks differently. We're really understanding individually how people learn and how they don't. Saying to someone, I'm going to lead you to be an auditory learner, especially without their permission, because you're a visual learner, or presenting things in a visual way, does not work. And so a lot of cases, we need to be able to assess, not from a place, you're a bad human because you don't function this way, but that your expectation, so many people I coach, they expect people in their family to be able to learn and understand things when their brains do not absorb information the same way that they do. It's not going to happen. You can't choose how you absorb information. And so it's really important to be able to say someone can't do this, especially, now, don't get me wrong, I am an empowerment person all the way. Someone comes to me and says, I want to do this. I'm never going to tell them, don't do this. But I'm also not going to say to someone, I know you can do this, simply automatically. I know so many healers and helpers that they'll hear someone say, I can't do this, and they'll immediately jump in without even saying, why do you want to do this? What's driving you in this direction? They're immediately just going to say, yes, you can. And that may continue to cause someone to be distracted away from their authentic zone of genius, where they celebrate, where they engage, where they connect. Okay? So this is a very different point of view, because people always say limit is bad. But actually, we live in an era with so much overabundance of information. I truly believe in the need to filter, that our filter has become so much more essential. We don't have people coaching around filtering. Is this truly for me? Is that person truly in a position to engage with this information, with this task, with this identity? And so I'm not saying that if they let go of everything else, they wouldn't potentially be able to learn it. But then again, you're placing your value and your perception of what you want someone to create over and above what someone else wants to create. And so this is a thing that people don't realize. I work with so many people that have done law of attraction or different techniques that are meant to empower, but they feel ashamed because they can't create, because they can't manifest, because they're not able to have these specific things that are instructed. If they just hope and focus long enough, no matter what, they will be able to create it. And then they turn inward and they attack themselves and they're struggling with shame. And I don't want that for people. I don't want that for individuals. So I'm the balance of, yes, absolutely, you can create your way. But my question is it your way? Or is it potentially how you were taught, or something someone else wanted for you, or all of these different things? Because I believe if you're in your zone of genius, you're in a level of inspiration. And if you're not able to do a particular task, it may be because that's not your authentic zone of genius, and you shouldn't be ashamed for not having that skill, for not developing that skill. Instead, you should redirect where you're strong and partner and build a community of people. Because there may be someone, like, a lot of my work is on mindset, but in a different way than a lot of other people. If someone needs a different, more like esoteric mindset, or I work with clients and they need hypnotherapy because so much of their trauma is subconscious, I'm going to refer out to those people. I'm going to engage with those people. I'm going to connect with those people because I can't do that work to heal them. That is not my zone of genius. And I have enough of a community that I don't need to be the one to do this. I don't need to be the one. I don't need to, as someone was saying earlier, I don't need to know and be able to do each and every task, because that's not where. And if that is what you feel comforts and supports your team, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying that if you're finding yourself struggling, if you're looking at everyone and you're going, how come I'm doing so much more than everyone else? Are you looking at the fact that they could be doing more because you do more? Or are you looking at the fact that, like, you just don't believe they could be that limited? Well, then what if they are? What are you doing to someone when you're trying to empower them if you're pushing them based on your own value, based on your own identity, based on where you're coming from? Again, I'm not saying if someone is actively in their free will, want to create something, I would never squash that. But I believe information is really, informational consent is just as relevant as physical consent. That we should share information only with the consent of the people involved. That, like, one of the things, I'm from Connecticut, and the majority of people here, I say they shove their opinion more than they share their opinion. And so, are you unintentionally, even though you're coming from a good centered place, are you telling someone they can do something even though they can't, and it's not something they want to do? That they quote unquote want to put energy into having that skill, having that ability, having that identity. Okay. It's like someone else telling you, it's the exact same thing as telling someone they can't do something when they can. It's the exact same message. It is exactly the same. It is equally disempowering unless you are sure someone is seeking to create that for themselves. And so it's hard for people to hear that. It's a very difficult thing to understand that, good intentioned as you are, you may be creating a sense of shame in someone else. They may be experiencing a level of negative response simply from being told, well, you should be able to do this. Why aren't you doing it? And that's not a good message. And people rarely consider that. And so as a leader, I think it's important to acknowledge, are you matching someone with are you matching the expectation with their individual skill and ability? Or are you putting someone in a position and asking them to grow into it, even though they're not really a right fit for it? They don't really have the capacity to necessarily develop that. Or equally, I know a lot of entrepreneurs that try and find duplicates of themselves within their business. They try and hire someone for a large chunk of their tasks. And instead, maybe there are people out there that have a singular skill, and hiring 3 people part-time is better than attempting to hire someone full-time. Someone operating in their zone of genius. Again, I'm not saying that if someone wants to be a leader, they shouldn't be a leader. But I also believe, on the opposite of what someone else was saying, if someone is not drawn into leadership, we should not be pushing someone into developing leadership skills, because there are plenty of people that truly are satisfied being an employee. They don't want to develop leadership. They want to engage with the material they have, be able to leave it, go home, and then do the same thing over again. And that is authentically how they want to show up in life. They don't want to show up differently. And sometimes those of us that get over enthusiastic, and I did the same thing for quite a bit of time until I realized this awareness, until I developed this awareness of most people that are not seeking to grow, we have to be able to give them permission to be stagnant. We have to give them permission to be wherever it is they're being, and not promote growth if that's not their free will choice. To acknowledge that there are some people that are not supposed to grow. They're not supposed to expand. They're just supposed to show up and leave. And that's okay if that's within their path, if that's where in their direction. I also agree with what Krista Fee just said. If they're looking to stay stagnant, they're not looking for a coach. But what I do is I coach people that waste a lot of time not letting people that want to stay stagnant. Like they're pushing so much to heal people that are on the path of limitation, and they're not going to make changes. There's evidence they're not exactly accepting people where they are. They're not accepting people where they are. That I never want to diminish anyone. I never want to make someone feel small. But I don't want to artificially try and pump up someone that doesn't want to be pumped up. And that's the flip of what a lot of people don't talk about, is how there's this underlying level of there's somehow this messaging of everyone is capable, willing to choose, engage. They have all the resources they need to be more than what they are, all of these different things. If you want to do those things, I truly believe that. But if you aren't actively seeking to be that person, accept that when someone tells you, I can't do something, ask yourself, are they interested in doing it first? Then ask yourself, do I have their consent to actually offer them information that will draw them in that direction? And then third, are they willing to really receive that information from me? Because there will be people that will not receive from me that will receive from someone else, and vice versa. And so this is why accepting can't needs to be worked in when working and engaging externally. And I talk a lot about physical location. And if you really study mindset, every location has a different communal mindset. So even if you are a positive manifester, you may be in a location that the communal mindset creates so much of a flow in the opposite direction, you're not creating in the right place. So you may have to say, I can't create here. I can't build this here. And I knew that, but I got to truly experience it when I moved from Connecticut to Peru. When I was living in Connecticut, I could not create a romantic bond to save my life. Couldn't do it. Nobody I connected with had a mindset that was a match or anything like that. I moved to Peru. As soon as I got there, went on a few dating apps, went on a few interactions, and in 7 weeks, I met my wife, who I'm now married to for almost 3 years. And so location and communal mindset does have impact. And there are external factors that make you at least create tremendous resistance in creation with a lot of people. Not everyone. Some people are really capable of creating. But as I said, my focus is accepting can't. And not thinking of it as a negative, because I'm not saying can't with everything. I'm saying maybe you're not in your zone. Maybe you're not in your location. Maybe it's a can't because of one portion of how you're going at something, or how you're engaging with it, or what's motivating it, or what's around you, or what you're investing your time in instead. And so all of these things are essentially, I can't do this here, and it's not negative. Because if I can't do it here, it doesn't mean I can't do it at all. And that's where people have such a hard time with the use of this word. There may be a different zone you need to connect with, especially if you're trying to create. And so that's because everyone is immediately to, don't ever say that. Delete, delete, delete. Don't ever say you can't. And it's like, no, that's not negative. I can't clean. So guess what? I hire someone to do it for me. And that's good. It doesn't mean it doesn't get done. It just means I don't have to feel responsible for doing it. Especially as an entrepreneur, I believe I should functionally only be doing 25% of my life. The other 75% is delegated out to other people. That is the goal. And so, because there's so much I want to create within that 25%, there's so much I want to do. And so I apologize for going long, but that is my share. That's what I have to offer. It's a different mindset in a different direction than a lot of people have. And hopefully for those that need it or they can benefit from it are able to receive it. And I apologize for those people that I've offended by completely not being in line with how they operate in this world. But I believe that we all have different worlds of reality. I don't think it's a single reality that we live in. So that is my, 20 cents.
Well, that sounds great. That's a good 20 cents. So does anybody have any comments or questions? I mean, people have been making comments while you were talking and you addressed them, and that's really great. Christina, I'm glad to see that your internet is doing okay. I'm always afraid when I have something going on that we're going to lose ours because we're so far out in the boonies. But yeah, that was really a different way of thinking of things, and I do like the idea that we can't push people into how we think. We need to look at where they're coming from and what they're doing and guide them along their path. One of the things that happened to me when I was first starting out, 2022, January 2022, first time I ever knew about this world of entrepreneurship and authorship and all of that. And I was told, if you're going to be a success, you have to be a coach. If you're going to be a success, you're going to have to do this. And as the year went on, I would have 5 people telling me 5 different things that I had to do if I was going to be a success. And it's like, which one do I follow? How do I know which is right? And trying to do all 5 of them, I found out did not work. So at one point, I just took everything, I tore everything off the walls. I put everything in a bag. I didn't throw it away. I kept it, but I just took everything down. And I thought, I'm going to give myself a week and figure this out. Why did I get into this in the first place? What did I really want? What are things people have been telling me? Now, I didn't get rid of everything everybody told me because I was able to use those. But to go in 5 different directions at once, that just was not working for me. And I did not quit. What I did was take a pause. And I stood back and I reevaluated everything. I even had somebody tell me, every time you take a pause, it's actually a hard stop and you start all over again. I'm here to say I've taken several pauses and I have not done a hard stop and I have not had to start over. What I've done is reevaluate where everything is and go from there. And from someone who, my very first live that I did on the internet, I was wrapped up in a scarf. I mean, you could only see this much of me because I was that terrified of doing a live. In fact, I would have covered up my mouth, but I knew they couldn't hear me very well. It would be so muffled. And here I am putting on a summit. I've got 2 podcasts. I do lives quite often. And what a change. Not because somebody told me I had to do this, but because I took those pauses to reevaluate and see, is this the path for me? Is this what I really want to do? And some people can go a lot of years doing what everybody else says until they get to the point that's like, I can't do it anymore. I don't enjoy it. I don't like it. So thank you very much for bringing up that different perspective of how to look at things. I enjoyed that.
Thank you.
Oh, definitely. Does anybody else have anything to say? Krista Fee, me too, had the bad
I will
leadership
say,
advice. It wasn't for me. Go ahead, Christina.
no, I will say, like, super honest, raw feedback. It was a little bit tough for me to accept the idea of allowing can't or don't or something in a negative manner, because we preach so much with crushing limiting beliefs and trying to reverse and change thought processes and patterns, right? So I truly, truly understand exactly what you were saying, Adam, and I get it, because you don't want to push someone into a different zone if they don't want to be pushed into that zone. I completely understand that part. So it's just something that I have to pause and really think about. It's like, okay, is me coaching and encouraging someone to do something, is that going against what
No,
they
because
really
they're
want
coming to you.
versus
They're coming to you for that coaching. Where I'm talking about is the
okay.
unsolicited correction. Okay. Someone's coming to you,
Understood.
they want
Okay,
to
makes
grow, they want to
makes sense.
expand, they want to be. But it's like, let's say you have a parent that is in their pattern. Who are you to demand that their parent break their pattern? Regardless of
I
how it impacts you, you can't necessarily, you can say you'd like them to do it, but trying to shove them into a awareness or an identity or an intelligence or a perceptiveness that's beyond their neural capacity is just not realistic. And it becomes a
not
battle
realistic.
that wounds both of you.
I can understand
Okay.
that thought process.
Okay.
I'm not sure that I agree 100%. because encouragement and dropping gems into suggestions, I'm not forcing. So never forcing someone to go into a different realm, right? But suggesting may even open up a world of that they never even could conceive of themselves. So it's just,
Or it
it's
will
very
create
hard for
more
me.
distance. Or it will create more distance. In most cases, repeating something more than once to someone that is not receiving you is going to create more distance.
Yeah, I can
And
agree with that.
that's the truth. Okay. So maybe a one-time drop is fine, but not multiple continued drops unless they're coming to seek you. And so what I'm
Understood. I
trying to help
understand that.
people do is create connection and closeness rather than continuing to create distance.
Okay. Understood.
Well, cool. Well, thank you so much, Adam, and thank you, Christina,
Absolutely.
for mentioning that. It's great to get those questions answered and find out what's really going on. Nick had to leave. He's got a coaching session right now. And so let's rise up just a little bit, stretch and shake out. We're gonna rise up like the Phoenix because we have our very own Phoenix that's gonna level us up. What did David said? We need to go to the next level, the Phoenix level, I'm gonna call it. So leadership is a daily decision, like most things. It's not just one big moment, it's the small choices we make every day. Now, John Wooden, the legendary basketball coach, didn't just coach basketball, he coached character. His leadership philosophy was built on daily habits. Like Nick was talking about earlier, doing the daily habits of writing your goals every day. I'd never heard about that before this morning. And so it was good to hear someone who actually does that every day. Because I have seen Nick really grow, especially this last year. And that's one of the things he's done that's different. But John Wooden taught players how to tie their shoes properly. He emphasized discipline and focused on personal integrity. His consistent approach led UCLA to 10 national championships. So great leaders don't wait for big moments to lead. They lead through daily discipline and example. They show up, they lead by example, and stay committed to growth. And boy, do we have someone who leads by example. Sometimes this person has to be quiet, has to be hidden in the shadows, can't just come out and say anything she wants because of the type of work she does. This person works in dangerous situations. Her team works in dangerous situations, but she doesn't quit because her mission is to lead others into who they can be, to lead others to help those who don't have a voice. Now, Krista Fee is a master transformational catalyst, and I love that word for her. She's a trauma specialist and a crisis team leader. She's director of Rise Up Phoenix Trauma and Crisis Institute, an award-winning keynote speaker, published academic author, and podcast host of Rise Up Voices on the Front Lines. She's a corporate and organizational trainer, coach, and consultant with over 70 specialization certifications. She holds an MA in military and trauma psychology and national security and a BS in criminal justice forensic psychology and national security. Someone else in the forensic psychology field, and it's like, kind of like that. Okay, enough about me. Krista is the founder and executive director of a 501c3 Battle number 2, the word B Incorporated. This 501c3 nonprofit is transforming the mental health services world for military and first responders and their families. Responding to critical incidents and crisis is her own community, and I think I didn't spell that right. For her own community and yours, and fighting the battle against human trafficking on the front lines. She is unafraid to tear down structures and systems that devalue the lives, mental wellness, and freedom of the innocent, and those who work tirelessly to protect them. Krista Fee works tirelessly. When we had the big fires up here in Central Texas, she was there making sure that the first responders were taken care of, that they had everything they need. I mean, people were coming from all over, and she was right there with everybody, getting everything to where it needed to be, raising funds, raising whatever you could, water, blankets, anything that could get there. But that's only a part of it. I'm not going to say anything more because I don't know how much I can say. So I will just introduce Krista. So go ahead and come off of mute, Krista.
So let me just preface this with a slight trigger warning. As LS has kind of alluded to, I do work in very dark places, and I'm not always quite as sensitive when I'm speaking just to general audiences as I probably ought to be. I don't do any explicit detail, but I am going to mention some things that are very hard for some listeners to hear. I believe that it's very crucial, even if it's uncomfortable, that you do hear it. So if you are uncomfortable and you need support after I speak, I'm more than happy to support you. And I also know that there is someone else here who has that capacity. So if you are disturbed by anything that I say, please let's just have a conversation, and I'll help you through that so that you're feeling settled and comfortable. But again, this is really important conversations to have, so I'm not going to be overly sensitive.
That's okay. So, Krista, we've been talking about the Phoenix from the beginning. David brought it up, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I love the way things flow together. You know, the books I
The
write.
theme of the day.
Yeah, the giving book. I have people from one part of the world and people from another part of the world bring in their stories to me, and it's like, did you two get together somehow, even though you don't know each other exists? How did you do this? It's just amazing. So I love the way that great minds think alike. And look at the backgrounds. Some are kind of similar. You're into some of the same things. So this is really great. I wish I could have come up with a better talk, but John wouldn't seem to really emphasize it's those daily habits, the things we do every single day that help make a leader a great leader. And you do things every day. I just commend you. I don't know how you could do it, but I'm so thankful. And I am going to be quiet now, and I'm going to let you talk. And here we go.
So you've been warned. I'm a disruptor. Social media is now calling me a thought leader, for whatever that actually means in the scheme of things. I never liked the word leadership. Something about that word has always rubbed me the wrong way. I'm a very visual person, and somewhere along the line, the image of a ruffled cowboy tugging at a horse's reins got stuck in my head. So when I hear the word leadership, I think of stuffy old corporate men in suits talking each other up during self-improvement seminars in an almost cultish way that reeks of manipulation, lack of accountability, and avoidance to actually look at themselves at all, because their focus is increasing the productivity of others and ensuring that they don't have to do any of the tasks they don't want to do. So now I know, like everyone else in life, this impression comes from my own life experiences and from my background, and is likely far removed from the way that word hits you. So I'll bet the first image in your head when someone says leadership isn't Hitler with his Nazi salute and hundreds of enthusiastic young men marching in what appears to be brainwashed synchronicity. I'm not really a part of traditional corporate world. My life doesn't revolve around productivity and sales. What I know of that world is a caricature. I work in a world of actual toxic leadership. You know the stereotypes: cartel drug lords, human traffickers, and child abusers. I work in a world of victims and perpetrators. And the term leadership brings to my mind the challenges of power and balance. For one to lead, others must follow. I've spent years telling people that I have no desire to be a leader. That's not my thing. But I had no idea how wrong I was. I had no idea that there are many different kinds of leadership, and that no matter how much I didn't know about leadership, I was literally living it each and every day. See, I was born the throwaway daughter of a victim of human trafficking. I spent the first few months of my life being handed off to dealers and pimps for who knows what dark purposes, because my mother was more concerned with where she would get her next fix than with the health and well-being of the child that she'd given birth to. I was a super shy child filled with a need to be seen, heard, and understood, while at the same time trying to never be seen. I never wanted to make waves, bring attention to myself, or disappoint anyone. I loved the imaginary world of books and poetry and dumped all of my ideas and energy into relationships that didn't even exist in the real world. The real world was a scary place full of people who wanted something from me. I would fall victim to childhood sexual abuse from a family member who spent years having access to me in ways I'm not even going to describe to you today. But even then, in those early years, I had a gift to see those in pain. And those were my people. Those were the ones I wanted to spend time with. And it wouldn't take long before I became consumed by the need to help those in need. I became a problem solver, a protector, and a friend to the friendless. Using leadership training terminology, I would eventually learn this is the core values of a servant leader. We're only as strong as our weakest link. I was naturally and consistently focusing my attention towards the task of strengthening those weakest links. Why would I want to lead? Some of you, like me, may not see yourself as leaders, but for all of us, there are places in our lives where we're given the opportunity to either take the lead and have some power or control of a desired outcome, or sit back and watch as others fill those roles and then have to settle for the results they choose for you. There are only two roles people play in this life, and you can't avoid being on the game board. Will you lead or will you follow? The best leaders know when it's time to take on both of those roles. You've probably heard the statement, not making a choice is still making a choice. Leadership is much like this. Whether you know it or not, you are innately powerful and capable of starting a movement that has the potential to transform lives, families, and even communities. How passionate are you about wanting a particular outcome, or wanting to change the outcome you're seeing occur over and over and over again? For me, leadership is born of a need to see what at first glance seem to be insurmountable social transformations. I can't sit back and allow our military and first responders to take their lives at rates triple those found in the civilian population. I can't sit back and allow divorce rates in military and responder families to continue to surpass 85%. I can't sit back and allow nearly 50 million people to remain trapped in the global multi-billion-dollar human trafficking industry. My version of leadership, what I'm going to call movement leadership, begins with you. Movement leadership is ignition leadership. Movement leadership begins with being an example of the change you desire to see. Leadership begins by being a beacon of integrity, authenticity, and consistency. Leadership requires clarity. What do you want? What action are you putting your energy behind to achieve a result? Get clear on your message, your desired outcome, and at least the first action step it's going to take to move the needle in the direction you desire. What is your guiding light or North Star? Leadership requires a framework. Movement leadership depends on building a framework within which others can pick up the torches you've set alight and keep moving in the direction of the change you establish through your clear messaging. When you successfully create this framework, the mission or movement can survive and grow with or without you. Otherwise, you create a dependent system that relies on you. I once thought leaders tell people what to do, but mission and movement leadership tells people, where are we going? I once thought leaders draw a map for others to follow so they don't go astray. But mission and movement leaders offer a ride for those who want to hop on and gives everyone else the benefit of the doubt that they can find their own route to the final destination. A great leader gives support and ensures availability if anyone gets lost or runs out of fuel, but has the faith to let them run on their own and at their own pace. Movement leadership is based on core values, support, guidance, and destinations. It's founded on the knowledge that I am but a single drop in an ocean, but when I inspire a movement going in one singular direction, that becomes a tidal wave of change. In this world, no one can stand alone against the darkness. Even the lighthouse has limited impact, shining light only for brief moments in a single location. What does this look like in the real world? Leadership takes awareness. The first component of building your movement in the real world is talking about a problem. And if you're really good at this, you'll do this using a problem, solutions, outcome framework, and wrap that all up in a clear message of the core values that both drive your mission forward and demonstrate your awareness of the high level of responsibility you carry for what you inspire and motivate others to do. Sometimes there is as much need for clear messaging around what you do not stand for as for what you do. Your words as a leader are a very important and weighty responsibility. Never forget this or take it for granted. Leadership takes action. Offer a set of suggestions for actions those you inspire can take to get the destination you desire. Making it clear these are not the only possible routes. Invite others to contribute ideas and suggestions and be honest about whether those suggestions and ideas fall within the parameters of the values you've established. This is important because you're taking the responsibility of lighting a fire that moves others into action, and you want to be those actions are right actions. Never underestimate the power of inspired action toward a cause. Terrorists have been ignited into action by a desired outcome they are passionate about, and for them there is no set of core values limiting the kinds of actions one might choose to take to get there. Stay active in your mission and messaging and be brave enough to stand up against those who take your beacon of light and turn it into a weapon. Consistency is key in building trust and a solid foundation upon which your mission can grow. In many ways, you become a caretaker of the living organism that is your passion and purpose. The mission or movement is a child you nurture, and eventually when it's big enough and has learned the lessons most valuable to you, you release it out into the world where it will continue to impact and mature over time. Your voice, your leadership, and your life become a legacy of transformation. Even when you never really wanted to be a leader at all, even when all you wanted was for the world to be a better place, even when all you wanted was to ease the pain, and sometimes you weren't sure whether it was your own pain or the pain of others you were working on transforming. For me, the reality of it is somewhere along the journey, if I'm being honest, the ugly mess that was my own healing journey happened right out there in front of the whole world. Every last vulnerable and violent detail fell out of my pen and out of my mouth and onto the often completely speechless crowds looking at me for hope, guidance, and dare I even use the word leadership. For so many years, I continued to tell people I don't care about being a leader. I'm just here to do the work that needs to be done. I'd get behind someone and push because they simply weren't moving fast enough, or they were going in the wrong direction. And the movement was inside of me, straining to break out. Despite a long and winding road, the destination was never out of focus. Obstacles washed over me frequently, threatening to pull me under, but these are the riptides of life. And no part of the journey is insignificant. I married an abuser, as many survivors of childhood sexual assault that struggle with attachment disorder tend to do. And it drove me to find ways to stay away from home as much as possible. I continued to hide away in the safe shelter of books and eventually found my way back to school where I sought a medical degree. I knew I wanted to help people, but I didn't really know what that looked like because there wasn't anyone there to help me. This is part of the fire that burns inside me and fuels my movement. I carry the deep wounds of working in an emergency room trauma bay, of a busy hospital, and running an ambulance responding to auto accidents caused by DUI drivers who walked away without injury while leaving a family of 5 struggling for their lives. Home births of preemies addicted to drugs while their mothers overdosed on the floor, oblivious to their dying child. I even held the hand of a mother who ran over her own toddler and watched the light of love fade out of her husband's eyes, knowing they would never survive this together. These are the visions I still see in my dreams. This is part of the fire that burns inside me that fuels my movement. I had my own children, 2 beautiful little girls, and I took a job working for a private investigations team. I thought I was going to be working primarily as a crime scene reconstructionist and forensic interview expert. I ended up on a human trafficking task force doing forensic investigations. I never wanted my children to fall victim to what I'd experienced or to the horrors I now knew existed out there in the world. This is part of the fire that burns inside me and fuels my mission. This fire became the fuel that ignited into an inferno, and Rise Up Phoenix was born. I had to burn down myself, my fear, my expectations, my self-imposed limitations and beliefs, and allow the painful process of healing and growth so I could spread my wings and take flight. Even when I was just a single drop in an ocean, my voice became a tidal wave of change. I led a revolution. My movement is Rise Up, and it's tearing down old systems and structures that devalue the lives of the innocent and those who dedicate their lives to their protection. This drop in the ocean has intervened for over 400 responders considering suicide, assisted over 1,000 couples avoid divorce, personally been boots on the ground for the rescue of 17 human trafficking victims, and assisted in the investigations that rescued hundreds more. I've responded to more than 50 community disasters, from child abductions and suicides to wildfires, hurricanes, and landslides, supporting victims, families, and communication and communities with mental health and critical needs support. This drop in the ocean has made a huge impact. I now lead unapologetically from the front of the room and the back, with traditional leadership roles in search and rescue, a human trafficking task force, Rise Up Phoenix Trauma and Crisis Institute, and Battle to Be Incorporated. I speak often on a wide variety of topics, lead town halls, influence government policy, write groundbreaking research, and publish textbooks that become the new standards of resilience and safety protocols for schools, organizations, and communities. The shy little girl who never wanted to be seen has fully embraced the power of her voice. She started a fire that burns far and wide out of the simple childhood need to be a friend to the friendless, a voice for those who cannot speak, and a light that shines in the darkest places. She created from blood, sweat, and tears the movement that drives her, fills her heart and soul, and somewhere along the way, wholeheartedly and unexpectedly embraced the traditional roles of leadership, I now steadfastly embrace I had disavowed for so many years. If those who lead with their core values at the forefront of their work do not take the lead and step into their power, it is inevitable that others who are not bound by any such moral compass will. And what kind of world will we live in then? Each of us may alone be a single drop in the ocean, but together we are a tidal wave of change. If you would like to connect and have a conversation after this presentation, please feel free to message me at battle2be@yahoo.com. It's BATTLE, the number 2BE at yahoo.com, or directly from my website, battle2be.org. All the messages come directly to me. And if you are compelled to donate, there is a button right on the top of the webpage to do so. I always like to leave a couple minutes for questions when I speak, because I know this is a lot of information and I want to provide you an opportunity to speak what's on your heart. So I'm an open book. Feel free to ask me anything.
Wow. Wow, wow. I had goosebumps on top of goosebumps on top of goosebumps during this. It's like, Krista, as long as we've known each other, I've never really heard your story before. And it's like, whoa. But I love the way you went from being this shy, leave me alone, don't just want to hide, to this woman, powerful leader who is out there in your face to people. Just amazing. So
Trust
Adam,
me, that still happens.
yeah, you can leave your mic on. It's okay. Adam, do you have something to say, or are we just going, Krista?
Well, I had the pleasure of knowing Krista since April of 2021, April of 2021.
Oh.
And even within that short period of time, because I kind of went into hibernation for a little bit, just seeing the amazing growth and how much she actively and personally embodies transformation, not just teaches it, but even the transformation that I've seen over these short 3-4 years, however long it's been, is just really profound. And I'm really excited for her. So I just wanted to add that as someone who's had the opportunity. When you're engaging with her, you're engaging with someone who is so walks her talk. It's astounding.
Yes, absolutely. I
Thank
wish
you.
we could see your Jeep.
Oh, yes, it's out front.
It's like, man, we've got to do something here locally. We got to just bring a bunch of people together. I know so many people who are in similar fields with you, and it's like, yeah, we got to do something big here. But wow, this was just, I love the impact that you're making, just telling your story, telling about being a leader and what it means. And it's right. A lot of us think of a leader as like John Maxwell, Tony Robbins, something like that. We forget there's a lot of leaders who lead other things and in other ways. Just phenomenal. Very
Right?
phenomenal.
Dudes in suits.
There you go. Let's see. Krista, you mentioned how leadership takes awareness, problem, solution, and what were the others?
I will send some notes.
Okay, we'll get that to Riza. Dr. Clancy says I need to hop off, but phenomenal presentation. And Summit, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you were able to be here. She said it's a real honor to share the space with all of you. That was just great. It's just been phenomenal. We're going to wait a little bit for James to get here. He actually was leaving another event that he had to be at. So he goes, I might be a little bit late, but that's okay. let's see, problem solution destination. Awesome. Thank you, Krista. That was wonderful. And I think we met in New York for the first time because we were in the book Warrior Women together.
Yep.
Yes, there we go. Here we go. Yeah, this one. That was really good. And I didn't get to spend as much time with you as I would have liked to. And I got to know you a little bit, and then it's just, I've seen you here and there and whatnot, and I've gotten to know you more. It was so fun when we actually got together in person, and even though it was a rainy day then.
Girls' lunch.
Spend some time. Yeah.
Our lunch.
That was good. But in fact, one of our friends are going to be here in a couple of weeks. We should probably get together then. I'll get together with you afterwards. But this has been phenomenal. Someone had mentioned in the comments that what a variety of speakers coming at leadership from different places, different ways. Everybody's bringing something. There's so much variety, almost as many people as there are, to look at leadership in different ways, and we don't have to go at it all the same way. We don't have to think of it in the same mindset, which is wonderful because I agree too. We are both a leader and a follower. And sometimes we're on the side and we're not doing anything for a while. But at some point, that's not going to last very long. We end up either leading or following. And that was a really good point to bring out. Very much enjoyed it. I've got the story of the power of communication, but this one comes from Martin Luther King Jr. and the letter from Birmingham jail. And in 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested for leading nonviolent protests against segregation in Birmingham, Alabama. And I never understand how people get arrested for being peaceful, for doing something. But while he was in jail, he received criticism from a white clergy who called his action unwise and untimely. And instead of reacting with anger, he wrote a letter that we now know as the letter from Birmingham jail, where he passionately and eloquently defended the need for direct action against injustice. And I see you do that, Krista. You do come at it in an eloquent way. You're not just out screaming at everybody and yelling at everybody, and well, maybe sometimes you are, but that's special things that have to be. But yeah, so great leaders do know how to communicate. They communicate with wisdom, with conviction and purpose, even in the most difficult circumstances. Words have the power to challenge injustice and move people towards a better future. Yeah, it's just great. Adam has to leave. I know this is kind of a weird time. I just thought, we'll just kind of carry it on, see what's on a Friday, but I didn't. Just so much going on now. It's great. James is going to come and talk about a few things, but I am just so thankful for every speaker that was able to be here to talk about what was important to them, to talk about how they lead. So many different ways to lead. Riza, do you want to go ahead and come unmute yourself, and we'll just kind of all talk for a little bit here and see how it goes. Tell me what you thought about Krista's talk.
I identify with her. I feel like we have a lot in common. I have very traumatic background. I've come from a place where I have no voice. Growing up, I've been a victim of childhood molestation, but I don't understand everything growing up. And that's the content of my first self published ebook. It's my coming out book that really opened me up, and there's a fire within, and I see that fire in you. And it's just amazing to have somebody, ahead of me, like, oh yeah, that fire, there's a movement in her, there's a fire in her, I'm just starting. I just got the courage, I just mastered the courage to hey, I want to be the voice. Like, no, we need to break some kind of stereotype, because that should not define you, because I believe there's still a lot of people who are bound by whatever their surroundings dictates. But yeah, it's interesting. I like how you are reacting earlier to Adam. You have a question mark there. I understand where he's coming from, but it's just beautiful how we all, are unique and different. It's just, yeah. While I'm preparing this, I'm like, I was so nervous. I was not able to speak on something. I'm like, I know when you hear the word leadership, it's like the stereotype leader, bossy one, the one that we don't really like. But then I'm like, no, even if I live a quiet life, that's leadership right there. My self-control, that's leadership right there. I don't have to be a
Absolutely.
millionaire. I don't have to be popular. There's so many ways of leadership, but sometimes it's easy to just, focus on one. But I'm like, it's so freeing to have a wider understanding that it's not just one thing. There's no one box fits all. And and it's beautiful, and I thank you for what you do. I appreciate that, and it encourages me to keep on, continue whatever God has placed in my heart. Go for it. I'm going for it, Miss LS. I'm going for it
Awesome.
because I'm like,
Good.
I'm going back to my country where there's 4 years old who's being molested, like, hey, the society puts a dilemma, like sometimes they make you, even if you're the victim, now you're the one who caused it upon yourself. That is not true. So I'm like, I want to be the voice that said, no, no, that's not the truth. But at the same time, I still want to maintain that respect, because I realize sometimes both, the abusers deserves grace as well. Sometimes they may be actually imprisoned also in their mindset. Maybe that's the only way they know how, you know so they could use some help too. So, well, that's just my 1 cent, and I'm sorry, I'm limited in how I express my thoughts, and I like how eloquent you all are. I think I grow and I learned a lot in this summit. I'm so blessed, and it's such a blessing. Thank you for, yeah, it's amazing. I enjoyed it so much.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm so glad you joined us. I know that at times it's tough. Hi, James.
Hello, hello.
Um, now,
There it is.
Krista, you did write a book about you.
Me? What?
Yeah, yeah. Tell me about the books you've written. Which books
I have
are
a whole bunch of books. I've done a lot
Okay.
of chapter contributions, and
Mhm.
if you actually read them all together, there's a lot of growth
It's a
because
full book there.
Yeah.
yeah,
I was thinking that about mine. It's like, I better take all these chapters and put them together. I bet I've got a book right there.
so this is where it started, and you don't know about this one. This is a fiction
Okay.
book. This was my first book. I wrote it like what year is this? Like way, way, way in the beginning of my healing process. So this book is fiction, and there's a little bit of my journey in here. There's a little bit of me like touching the waters of the trauma that I experienced, and kind of letting the idea of a fantasy version that's brave enough to speak out come out and play.
Right.
And then I started doing the chapter contributions for a lot of other people's books. And I literally don't even really, like, I don't try to sell them. I don't really consider them anything other than my process. And they just kind of have faded into the background now. I have promised to write my biography. So there is that. It should come out probably the end of next year.
Yeah. Because I know people have come to me, because that's what I do. I help them write their books. I help them get it published and whatnot. And the one thing they ask is, how do I tell my story without one giving power to the negative that happened, and two, without causing a big, huge uproar with the people that were causing the problems, you
Yes,
know?
the legalities. Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be really tough. It can be really tough. I know that one person I talked to who did that, she goes, they're just going to have to face up to what they did. It's
Fair.
the way it was, and I'm
Use
not
an
making
artificial
things
name
up.
or something, or yeah, or
Yeah.
yeah, they did it, and excuse me.
Yeah.
I
No,
did
this,
wait until my abuser was dead. Conveniently, the worst of my abusers. Two of them are still alive, but I've never named them, though they were my husband. So it's not exactly that hard to figure out. But
right.
in my writings, I've never named them. I don't use any identifying characteristics because that can be used against me. Uh, but I put it out there, and if anybody wants to challenge it, there are court records that document the truth of what I'm saying. So it's not like
Right. It's not like it's hidden. It's
they
stored
just need to
against
deal
there.
with it. It's out there now.
Yeah.
And it needs to be out there. And I think we need to just start being honest about our experiences, as ugly as it is. People
Yeah.
need to know they're not alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. James, I'm so glad you're here. I thank you for being here. I know you had some other stuff that was going on.
No
and,
worries, no worries.
and we've had people come and go throughout the day. James is not the least of the last. You know what you say, not last but not least.
Last but not least,
right there.
do you need, by the way, I know you needed a couple people. Do you need someone else? I pinged you. Terry may be interested. It would be interested if you need anyone. So
Actually, no, this is going to be it. You're the final
and last but not least
for today. So I appreciate you being here. Lisa was actually the first speaker of the day. So when I came across James to talk, it's like, what can I introduce with him and with his talk? And so I thought about the power of putting others first, because the strongest leaders focus on lifting others up.
Fair.
So, yeah, so I thought of Truett Cathy, with the founder of Chick-fil-A. Truett Cathy built Chick-fil-A on the principle of servant leadership. He insisted on treating employees with dignity, closing stores on Sunday so they could rest, and creating a work culture that prioritized people over profits. His leadership made Chick-fil-A one of the most successful fast food chains in the world. And one of the things I'd read in another book that had a bunch of different businessmen of the same type of caliber talk a little bit as businesswomen too. And at one point, they sign a contract with their stores. If you're going to franchise, you sign this contract that says you will be closed on Sundays. And this one store started really making a bigger profit. And they thought, wow, what are they doing that's so great? So they went to the store. They got there a day early because they were going to talk with them on Monday. So they're there on Sunday, and they're open on Sunday, doing business, big business on there. So when they talked on Monday, it's like kind of the ultimatum. You either stop or you shut down. And now I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but I know that that store did shut down. And it's hard to make decisions sometimes that affect a lot of people, but at the same point, when you have something that you are passionate about, something that you have built, you cannot let somebody else tear it down. And that's a tough decision. But the best leaders put others first, knowing that when people thrive, success follows. Now, what he did is he put all those other stores first because they were doing what they agreed to do. Great leaders don't climb ladders alone. They build them for others to climb too. And so that brings me to James. James is a human behavior expert, plus has education in psychology and business from York University. He created a weekly mastermind group for your success, and is an internationally board certified trainer, a master trainer apprentice for 6 years. He's an international best-selling author and an international professional speaker. James has over 20 years experience in human behavior, leadership, NLP, training, speaking, mentoring, and coaching. He's backed by a wealth of experience from his years in the corporate environment. But did you know that James once struggled with communication, authority, and self-expression? He felt invisible, unheard, and undervalued, and avoided risk and shied away from speaking up, fearing failure and judgment. He was not living his passion or making the impact he dreamed of. Sounds like some of our speakers today. So he's in good company.
Great minds think
But
alike.
this isn't what he does. Everything changed through a journey of intense personal growth and learning, discovering the secrets to overcoming these challenges. Like I said, this isn't what he does. This is who he is now. He is passionate about helping you turn your dreams into reality to transform your life. James, thank you so much for being here. I really
got it.
appreciate it. I know
pleasure.
it was kind of later notice when I got a hold of you, but I really appreciate you being here. And I am going to give you the floor.
My pleasure. And as the saying goes, better latte than never, right? A little coffee joke. Okay. Anyway, from a tea drinker, ironically. But anyway, so we're talking about leadership, and there's been a lot of amazing points of leadership in my life where I've been very blessed to have amazing mentors, amazing leaders. I literally would not be here, without them. That's for sure. From a lot of stuff in life, trauma, bullying, anxiety, depression, trouble in school with ADHD and a bunch of other stuff, obesity. What am I forgetting, Ellis? Intense bullying. A lot of stuff not working for me, and getting in my own way, as inevitably most of us do, whether it's from the programming and the cultural, society, religion, parents, grandparents, what am I forgetting? News, media, government, all this stuff, right? Getting in our own way as well. And, here I am helping business leaders and business owners really persevere through what limits them, what gets in their way, what overwhelms them, what burns them out, what has them stuck in self-doubt or imposter syndrome. And I think it's my mission and purpose to help. I always known I wanted to be a teacher, air quotes, not a school teacher, not to knock anyone, but just that was not my thing. I wanted to be a teacher and a helper and help people. That's always been the theme. It just, my life has been, I guess, evolving in a journey, in a journey, and to now helping, business leaders and business owners. Yes, scale the business, grow the business, lead their teams, and have service leadership. I don't love the word servant leadership. I think it's service leadership is my way of framing it. But here we are. And yeah, anything specific you'd like to know about me? Any questions specific for me? Because I got a whole bunch of stuff and I could probably talk all night.
Yeah, so Krista or Riza, do you have anything for James? I think they're really just waiting to hear from you.
I've wowed them that much. Apparently, no kidding.
Yeah, well, we have had such a variety of talking about different types of leadership and, corporate leadership, letting people say, I can't, and being okay with that. Because, the one point of view I had on that, and something that I actually heard from somebody else, is maybe they aren't in a place right now where they can say, I can. And you need to let them be where they are instead of try to push them into what you think they should do.
Fair.
And yeah, so
Very
we
valid.
are just ready to receive from you, James. We want to hear what you have to say about leadership. How do you lead your
Happy to.
people? What are what that you think make a leader a great leader?
Great question. Great. I think things that make a great leader are being humble. Are being a person that not just is a boss or a manager, because anyone can tell anyone what to do. Anyone can micromanage, which is the opposite of leadership, in fact, because there's no trust. People don't feel trusted. They don't feel respected. They don't feel empowered. That's for sure when someone is micromanaging them as a leader. I think great leadership starts with self first, leading, yes, putting others first, but also leading yourself first, walking the talk. Are you being the man or woman you've always wanted to be, or whoever you've always wanted to be, and are you walking that talk? If not, it's going to be pretty hard to be a leader and say one thing and do another, because people will instantly lose respect. And I saw that in the corporate world umpteen times. People said one thing and they did another, or said that I'm not going to do this, and then they did it anyways. Well, you just proved we cannot trust you, and the respect and the rapport just out the window. Now, I've had leaders that go to bat for us, and in the corporate world, and will do anything for you and fight for you, and prevented a lot of the corporate stuff or the upper level stuff from coming down upon us, and fought for us, and just these amazing managers that we would do anything for. And then I'll get back. I'll actually will answer the question, I promise. But just amazing leaders have the ability to rally the troops and have people, work harder, go away above and beyond, stay engaged, avoid distractions, and really give their best, versus, well, a crappy leader or ineffective leader. People are naturally, they want to be distracted. They don't want to work. They don't want to give their best. If you ask, they'll probably say, no, I'm busy, or I got to go home, or I'm busy this weekend, or I can't do that extra thing. Right. So it's in the leader's best interest, in fact, to be a great leader. It's in their interest. I think is a great thing. And I'll go back to what I said before is signs of great leaders is working on yourself first, is, I'll say, leading yourself first, because self-leadership, it reflects people. People watch us. People watch what we do. There's a saying, people will do 10% of what you tell them, and they'll do 90% of what you do, what you show them. Now, whether that's a kid and a parent, or whether it's a leader and someone on a team, again, be who you want to be and be who you want your team to be, because they're going to look at you and they're going to be exactly what you are, exactly what you are. So, I mean, choose wisely. Again, I think a great leader also really genuinely cares about, not just cares about people, but also treats people like people, and realizes that professional problems are, whether it's an entrepreneur, whether it's a big business, whatever, whether it's a sports team, a gymnastics team, whatever, they realize that professional problems are really just personal problems in disguise. And people are people. People need some of the best leaders I've ever met are coaches. Are great coaches to their team, and you often play psychologist or psychotherapist as well to your teams. Any great leader. So I think you need to be open to gaining the skills, be open to doing the work, instead of sloughing off the tough stuff or ignoring it. Having the tough talk with people and talking about their lives, what works, what doesn't work in your life, because that's going to directly affect them at work. And you can do it the easy way and get it out and get it open and help them solve something now, or you can ignore it and then have things blow up, or they quit, or they get sick, or have to take time off, or they're disengaged, or whatever. It's like a great leader also realizes that investing in their people, of course, and investing in themselves, but investing in their people will pay dividends at the end. They'll look like an amazing leader, and again, their team will be there, and the team will give their best, essentially, as well. There's also stop me anytime. There's also a definition I love. I heard this first from Justin Sterling, and the definition is that true leadership is actually taking responsibility for what you may not necessarily be seen to be responsible for, or may not be responsible for at all. There's been people with building development companies, and this one manager, he got down in a $1,000 suit and in dress shoes, got down in the dirt, in the mud, showing some of the workers how to dig properly so they're faster, more efficient, they don't hurt their back. He was watching them work. They were walking by, looking at a new site one day, and they're like, oh my God, they're doing it wrong. They're gonna hurt their backs. So he said, this is how to do it faster, and so you don't hurt your back. There's been several CEOs. I believe one of them was one of the CEOs of GE, of General Electric, and thinking, we have a world-class business here. We have a world-class company, but our office doesn't reflect a world-class. Things are disorderly and all over the place, and there's clutter around. So he would go around every morning, started going around and cleaning up clutter. We'd go around with a wastebasket under his arm, cleaning up clutter, cleaning up messes, tidying things up, yanking things from people's desks. And people saw him do this, and they're like, why is he doing this? He's not the janitor. But again, the CEO took responsibility for what he wanted to happen in the world, and of course, in their company. And of course, like I said earlier, monkey see, monkey do what you want people to do. Well, people started seeing him, and they thought, well, maybe we should pick up. Maybe we should have less clutter. We should take more responsibility to maintain the office and keep it world class. So again, he took responsibility for what he wanted, even though it wasn't necessarily his role, his responsibility, his job. And I loathe the "it's not my job" thing. I can't stand "it's not my job," because I went above and beyond in the corporate world. Now, unfortunately, sometimes the corporate world literally prevents you or blocks you from it being your job. But again, take responsibility, even if you have to engage other people to be a focal point or center point in whatever you're leading. Be that focal point, center point, and even if you have to engage other people to get the work done. And that's what a great leader does. A great leader knows how to delegate and lead and motivate with a team and follow them up and hold them accountable as well. But that's a sign of great leadership, is to be the key person, be the point person, even if it's not your area of responsibility. Call the customer back, or call the person back, call the client back. Work with a teammate, work with a team member. Take that responsibility. I think is a beautiful frame of leadership as well. So that's one of my biggest thoughts. Some people ask me my why. Well, why do you do this, James? Why the heck do you do this? Well, why I do this is to make an impact, is again putting others first. Service leadership is making the world a better place, because it makes me feel great, it makes me feel amazing. I love seeing this, and it's also about the adventure and the journey. I love seeing what's going to happen. I'm so curious what's going to happen. And sure, being a great leader inevitably is going to come back to benefit you, right? But it's also just watching people grow and being curious. I wonder what's going to happen when I empower this person, I support this person. I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder how it's going to go, how it's going to transpire, and what is possible. So I think a great leader is also curious, excited, passionate, curious, as me. And my, again, like I said, my why is to make the biggest difference on the world that I can. And one of the great ways I can do that is by empowering leaders. Instead of me trying to do everything myself, save the environment myself, save people myself, help things myself, help people myself, I can empower other leaders and to make this massive difference in the world, and really create a positively viral effect as well. So I think that would be my why, and why I lead. I'm passionate about it. It's in me to help people. It's in me to make a difference, no matter what's going on in my life and my personal world, which leads me to another frame as well. I think a great leader, and no one's perfect, right? No one's, least of all, some of the best leaders in the world. No one's perfect. That being said, I think no matter what's going on in your world, your personal life, being able to lead. And I mean, don't get me wrong, something big happens and you need time off. That's not what I'm saying. But life happens, crap happens in life. Life happens to all of us. And I really think that being a great leader is able to compartmentalize that to some degree. We're all human, of course, but compartmentalize that and at least give their best while the crazy making is going on in their world, personally, professionally. Just give their best and be able to lead the best they can, of course, no matter what is happening in the world, no matter what's going on in their world, in their environment, and still being able to support people. And again, I been there, done that, able to support people no matter what craziness is going on in my world, or where I am, physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, spiritually, and anything. I think that's a sign, though, of a great leader. Look at some great military leaders too. Now, whether it's life or death or not, or life or death of the corporation or the company, I think just you've seen lots of leaders be injured on the battlefield, and they still help, or they still put the other troops first. No, I'm not getting off the field or off the battlefield or whatever until my team gets off, as well, and not leaving anyone to hang out to dry. Versus there are leaders out there that will throw people under the bus and not take the blame and not take responsibility or take ownership. Right. And I really don't like the whole blame game. It was you, them, me, her, the environment, my parents, the world, it's the company, it's the government, it's the whatever. All blame and shame does is perpetuate the problem and create zero solutions. And it creates a victim mentality too. Oh, it's not me, or nothing I can do about it. It wasn't my fault. Okay, let's take all the blame and fault out of it, whether it's you or them or otherwise. And let's okay, this happened. This thing happened. How do I take ownership? How do I take responsibility of that thing? And how do I give it my best like I own it versus treating it whatever like I rent it? We've all rented things, we've all owned things, and you can take a heck of a lot more passion and drive and ownership into something that you own and pride, and you give it your best. You go all out, go above and beyond when it's something you own. You know, you paint your walls in your house if you own them, or you take care of your car. You make sure you service it if you own it. If you're renting a car, or renting a house, or renting whatever, you probably really don't care what happens to it. And unfortunately, a lot of people's attitudes are those of a rental attitude, right? Now this is a metaphor, of course, that I'm giving you. There's different renters and different owners and all kinds of stuff. But really, it's the having the pride and really owning, giving something your highest regard, and giving something your best, and making sure that you see it through to the end, and not just, okay, well, they're doing it, it's on them, or it's not my job, not my responsibility, or blaming your people, or it's my team is a bunch of idiots, or this customer is a bunch of idiots, or whatever. Again, taking that responsibility, no blame, no shame, just again taking responsibility for it too. I think that would be one of my insights as well, honestly. Yeah, I'll pause there, see if there's any questions or anything else you'd like to know, or anything specific you'd like to know.
Yeah, that's really great. I do like that you say we take ownership, whether we did it or not. We take ownership because it's our team, because it's our business, because it's our responsibility to make sure that things do get done and get taken care of well. Yeah, you brought up. I love so many gold nuggets today. It's like I'm buried in gold today.
Your brain's going to be full.
That's good. That's good. So Riza or Krista, do either of you have comments on today?
Thank you for coming, James. It was
pleasure.
Very, very nice to meet you and to hear from you. And
Likewise.
you speak very eloquently.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Keys for team building. I like that.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Did I jump the gun on that one?
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, this has just been really incredible. Oh, Riza, can you please share some keys for team building? I thought you said T was for team building. Okay.
That too. Right. That too.
I start out with a massage earlier today, and it was supposed to be message, not massage. And now it's T for team building. Woohoo, team.
I love it. It's true. There we go. I'll use that. I'm going to use that.
All right. Let's have some keys for team building.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think a couple things. See, people love being comfortable, and people love being in the comfort zone, which is a very dangerous place to be. It's in fact the death of growth. Comfort and growth don't hang out at the bar together. They don't go to the football game together. They don't go to the movies together. Comfort and growth are not friends. And it's like oil and water. So if you want to grow, you need to learn to be discomfortable. And if you want to be comfortable, well, just know you're not growing. And it's usually the death of growth and death of any wild successes that is possible for you. I think, but a lot of people, though, it's ironic. A lot of people are comfortably uncomfortable. They're not truly happy. They want something else, but they're hiding, or they're sleeping too much, or they're on the couch watching too much TV, eating wine or beer or chips and wings. Don't get me wrong, have fun once in a while, but it's just that's all they're doing when they're wishing and wanting they could be or do or have something else. But it's they say, oh, I don't want to be uncomfortable, or that would make me uncomfortable if I did that, James. I'm like, good. If I suggest something, oh, that would make me uncomfortable. Great. Awesome. But again, because they're not comfortable anyways, it's the illusion of peace. It's just the illusion of comfort most people have. And I promise I'm going to answer this question. So making sure to maybe be a little uncomfortable, and speaking of team building, hiring people that will challenge you, even as a leader, challenge you and help you grow, push you to grow. Hire amazing people that will force you to grow and keep you on your toes versus, okay, these are kind of the, what is the lowest, what's the rook? What's the lowest thing in a chess game? Is it a rook? Or anyways, you get the metaphor. Instead of hiring people that are way down here, so you can feel, well, look how great I am, look how much better than I am than these people, just to feed your ego. Well, that's going to be a crappy team. That team's going to suck, and it's not going to get you as a leader where you want to go, right? Because when our team looks great and team does well, we also look great. We do well, and we get everything that we want too. And there's that saying, you get everything you want by helping other people get everything they want. So that is, well, there we go. There's one key to building a great team, and one key to team leadership. Honestly, that is what it is. And team building. The other one, again, is choosing people who complement you, not that'll be a buddy or best friend. If you're a high visual learner, maybe choose someone that's a high auditory or high research based fact find learner. I'm a high level kind of guy. Be bright, be bold, be brief, and be gone type thing. Even though sometimes I'm the opposite of brief, but I do like high level stuff. And what complements me well is, yes, someone that does love detail and tons of data, tons of research. Great. You can do all that stuff for me because it lights you up versus I don't have an interest, but I need people on my team that are like that have more attention to detail and systems and facts and things like that, and help track things. So I think that's another thing too. Pick people, not to just, oh, great, we'll all be buddies, we all like the same thing, that will complement you, that will challenge you, that will help you see things you don't see, and you will see things they don't see, so you can help them grow as well. So pick people with vibes and energies and interests and talents and hobbies and specialties that will complement yours as well, and that will create a kick-ass team as well. It's a great question. Team building is a great question. And just
that's really good.
Treating people like people, because it can be so easy. We're lost in our stuff, and the minutia, again, being in the corporate world, of stuff to do, or emails coming out at you, or even in my own business, the minutia of stuff that there is to do. Luckily, I just hire someone new every time I get sick of doing something. Entrepreneurs, we're blessed there. But again, a business leader should be able to hire people too, to some degree, or offshore something, outsource something, delegate something, give someone a special project as well, like for growth, and make sure it's just not a make work project. Make sure it is a bit of a project to help them grow, and you can coach them too. And that's also how to help people go above and beyond, and to get people to do extra things for you is genuinely not just, oh, this is a special project just to make them work harder and work unpaid, but genuinely give them special projects too. Otherwise, you're robbing them the ability to grow and to get your mentorship and feedback. You're robbing them the ability to, believe it or not, to fail. I think the villain is the culture these days of how, it's bad to take risks, or it's bad, failure is bad, or it's bad to lose money, or it's bad to take risks. Sometimes, this failure of time or money or energy can be the greatest teacher for the person, for the team, the leader, the whole entire organization as well. So I think supporting people, encouraging testing, tinkering, risk, failure, maybe having training wheels on, of course, having some sort of, gloves on, if you will, to make sure that does, or keeping an eye on them as well, make sure they don't fall too far. But again, sometimes it's the best way to learn and make a lesson. So encouraging people to well, air quotes, fail, because there is no failure anyways. You either win or you learn. There's no failure. We win or we learn. Unfortunately, most adults have forgotten that since we were baby and teens, and fall when we learn to walk, or fall when we learn to ride a bike. But adults, one thing doesn't work out, and that's it. I'm quitting. I'm giving up. I guess I can't blank, right? It's so sad. It's so sad.
Now, what is it when we become adults? All of a sudden, we quit going.
No.
We keep, it's like, oh, okay, I'm tired. I'm not going to do it anymore. But it's crazy. The other thing I'd like to mention too, if you don't mind me inputting,
Please.
Communication. Well, you talk about key. You have got to communicate and
Mhm.
communicate in a way that your team members understand. Because maybe you're really great. You've got this idea, you're putting it out there, and it's like, why don't they get it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're not speaking their language. You're not
Correct.
putting it in a way that they can understand.
Correct.
And with me, that's my big thing. I have all these things going on all the time, and I only half give the information to, like, my husband, for instance, or to the kids. And it's like, well, why don't you understand what I'm saying? It's all in my head here. And it's like, well, slow down and let it come out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Riza, that was really great. She
love
likes
that.
the concept of giving people room to grow or offering growth opportunities. And that's really brilliant. Well, thank you, James,
agree.
so much
I
for
agree.
being here. Thank
Yeah.
you, Krista and Riza. Thank you, all of our speakers. Thank you, those that were able to attend
My
and
pleasure.
participate. And thank you who are watching this, seeing the replay, watching it on YouTube or wherever it happens to be. And we just appreciate you so much. And we hope that you have gained so many useful tools, valuable information that you can take and become the amazing leader that we all know that you are. So thank you, and thank you for attending Impact Through Leadership Summit 2025.